to the January 14, 2020 public hearing of the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission. I'll call the roll. Chair Carroll.
Here.
Commissioner Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Shahir.
Here.
Commissioner Tatum.
Yes.
Here. Commissioner Chen.
Here.
Commissioner Devonshire. Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Gustafson. Commissioner Jefferson. Here. Commissioner Lefty. Commissioner Colbert Smith.
Here.
Morning, Commissioners. We're going to start today's Preservation Department public hearing agenda with item number 1, LPC 19-40866, an application for a certificate of appropriateness of Borough of Queens, block 1470, lot 36, 3760 3rd Street in Jackson Heights Historic District. A new classical style row house designed by Charles Pack and built in 1911. The application is to install a barrier-free access lift, modify a stoop, and alter the area.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stephanie Croft, Preservation staff. This item before you today is for 3760 83rd Street, located on the west side of 83rd Street, bounded by Roosevelt Avenue to the south and 37th Avenue to the north in the Jackson Heights Historic District. Here you can see maps showing the relationship of the subject property to its neighbors, as well as a designation photograph and the 1940s tax photograph right here. The proposal before you today is to modify an areaway and stoop to accommodate a barrier-free access lift. The lift will provide access to both the basement and parlor floor levels of the house. The excavated portion of the areaway is to be enlarged to accommodate the lift at the basement level with a black finish metal railing and beige brick wall. The stoop is to be extended in length from 6 feet 5 inches to 14 feet 11 inches to accommodate the landing for the lift at the first floor. It is constructed of beige brick and concrete with a black finish metal picket railing. And for your reference, you can see the existing condition photos of the property here with close-up views of the areaway and stoop. And existing condition photographs of its neighbors can be seen here. The subject property is one in a row of 8, which is bounded by a large apartment building to the north and commercial property to the south, which you can see the commercial property right here and the larger apartment building right here. And here you can see renderings of the proposed work. The applicant's here to answer any questions you may have. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Just a brief.
Just state your name for the record.
Is it okay to stand up? Oh, thank you. Good morning. First of all, Stephanie, thank you very much for your excellent presentation of the project. My name is Mark Monastery. I'm the architect of the project. I've been working with Dennis for about a year on this. Once we took the project on, they're looking to convert the main floor, the hall floor, as well as the lower floor into an orthodontic office. We presented this to the City of New York for approval to do some interior alterations, and immediately came up with need handicap accessibility. So we did a relatively thorough investigation of how we could get at it between ramps, chair lifts, flat lifts. It found that the city actually doesn't allow the chair lift as accessibility. And the ramps to get down would literally destroy the integrity of the front of the property, as well as several would not follow the lines. We're also matching the rates on the handrails. We did have to build, as you look to the left of where the ramp is, you'll see a pier made of masonry that matches what's on the rest of the building, and actually for the structure of the unit itself, as well as the mast that comes up on the left, as you see that piece that comes up, which is also matching the building color as well. If you notice in the pictures, and I apologize, the pictures of the existing building have a relatively large piece of plywood on the front doors. They recently changed the doors when they took possession of it. There was a violation for the doors that were there. They replaced the doors with the proper doors that needed to be to match the landmarks. And because there's nobody in the space at this time, the doors were broken into, they broke through the glass, so right now it's just there for protection. Hopefully, once we have the building permits in place, that'll be removed, the glass will be replaced.
Okay, are there any questions?
I have a couple of questions. It seems unusual to me that in a residential zone, I presume this is all okay to do this. It seems unusual. We wouldn't be here if it didn't already pass zoning, so I guess it's okay. But it's pretty unusual to make these kinds of changes in order to allow office use, I suppose is what I'm saying. The second question is, what is the, maybe you said it, I was looking for it in here at the time you're speaking. Shouldn't do that, I guess. What is the big thing sticking up permanently? It looks like it's...
It's called the mast. It's what houses the lift unit because it lifts from that side. So I believe you mean the relatively large, sorry, a step.
You could even say huge.
Yes, that piece right there, correct?
Yes.
That's the mast which houses the mechanisms of the lift itself because we have to get to that initial first floor as well. It's not just to bring directly down to the lower level.
So lots of times when we've approved these kinds of lifts in the areaway and row houses, they're only going down to the partially below grade basement. We usually see the mast, but it just doesn't have to be as high. It's going into the areaway, yeah. So, and just for clarification, I think this is a commercial zone. This is block between Roosevelt and 37th Avenue, Roosevelt and 37th Avenue are two commercial streets. It's actually kind of an unusual row because it isn't, most of the rest of the district are apartments or garden houses that are semi-detached or freestanding. So this row is a very unique row in the district.
Montague Street and Brooklyn Heights.
Yeah, and it's on between these two commercial thoroughfares.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? We'll take some testimony before we go back to
Thank you.
Brittany Thomas.
Brittany Thomas, Historic Districts Council. HDC suggests using the stair lift to rectify this property's accessibility challenges rather than reconstructing the stoop and creating visual clutter to the facade of this extensive, attractive road. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this application?
Okay, so we do have a resolution from the community board, the landmarks committee, finding that the committee has no objections and recommends that LPC approve this work. There was some testimony about the chair lift, and I think that you had made a statement that that wasn't allowed, and we have seen that before as a solution.
Unfortunately, I apologize. Unfortunately, it was the first resolution we tried as well. And in discussions with the New York City Building Department, they don't permit it for accessibility.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen this type of incline chair lift on a rail where there's a platform that the chair can go onto and it follows the stair up onto a proper landing. Maybe you're talking about a different type where it's sort of an actual chair that someone transfers into and then rides up. So I think that might be the discrepancy. I guess the question is, was that other version explored as well?
It was. Yes, sir.
Was the basis because you were doing 2 floors?
Yes.
Could you do the second floor internally? Could you go down via a lift and then go up inside?
So, if you go to, you'll see on, let's say it's page 6, right? So we did explore first on the interior. The space, as you can see, is a relatively small space, very small in width, I believe it's 18 feet in width. We would first need to, in order to do that, to avoid it, we need to go down to go up. We also explored going up to go down. The problem is either one of them is going to end up, well, basically in where we are today, with a lift that'll bring us down to the lower level, or some form of ramp or lift that'll bring us to that upper level. Additionally, we have to tend to go into the first floor, an entrance into the building itself with doors.
Why does the entrance to the building itself need to be ADA accessible if it's only serving a single unit on the second floor?
It's basement and first.
Right, but if you were to get, the basement and the first is the same tenant, right? It's the same guy.
Yes.
Right, so why couldn't you go to the dentist's office, go take the lift down, and if your doctor is upstairs, take an internal elevator between basement and one, or cellar and one?
And again, we did look at that. The problem is that the amount of space that winds up taking out an internal.
It takes up too much space for the doctor's office uses.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Then let's have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor?
Yeah, it's like work with this, it's just every day. It's an interesting, it is an anomalous group of buildings, and it's a nice little group. It's still in very good condition relatively. I mean, ours is not much older. We are always in favor of trying to provide accessibilities for commercial purpose, but nonetheless, it's obviously the problem is it's unusually intrusive. All of these properties have a nice little side yard in the front, which and that's being preserved. In this case, that's not being affected at all. I think they've kind of done the best they could to camouflage what they're putting there. The problem is it's so bulky what they're putting there. I don't know if there's anything else that suggests. We just had a little discussion about that, trying to figure out ways you can minimize this. Having it colored the same color and so forth will make it generally disappear. Shorter, this is coming up above the window, possibly shorter, slightly. I don't know unless there's a single. If anyone else has any suggestions about how to minimize the impact, because I think they've done pretty well in terms of what's there.
Yeah, and I think it's a question of how do you do it? So they've explored some options. There are kind of two things that are happening here. One is that the stoop is being reconstructed, so it has a compliant landing.
Right.
And then there's the equipment put next to it. And I think that this has a very deep yard, and that's an advantage here because there's the pedestrian kind of further away from the installation. And there is a fence at the street line. But I think that if you were to do a round, I do think that to get up that height, you'd be taking up most of that front yard. I think if you were to do a chairlift, I think we maybe can, whatever our action is today, that's something maybe they can continue to explore with staff. You still have to have a landing on which to land when you arrive at the top. So the stoop part of it would still be happening, it's just that it might be a smaller piece of equipment that comes up where it goes down the side. And I think, in terms of, as you said, the appearance, they've tried to do what they can to mask it. And then I think I am sympathetic to a small space on the inside and not eating it up, but I don't, obviously hear what you all.
Well, you can't be against universal accessibility. You can't. But otherwise, this is awful. I mean, it really changes. It changes the appearance. It's not appropriate. We would never allow it, even remotely, something like this, I think. But given the issue, the primacy of the issue, and the lack of any other solution, which Diane has talked about, as well as Sarah, unless there's some ASX machina that Lori can provide, I think we're stuck. So that's my view of it. But it's not a happy solution, but I'm not sure there's another one. And we have to have a solution, I grant that.
One possibility might be to at least somewhat mask it with some planting, like, it might have to be a small tree or something, I don't know, it's pretty, but there is a large, there's this large side yard. You have to go around it if you're going to get to the lift or something, but you're anyway. And maybe, some kind of a large bush or some tree or something, just somewhat obscure.
When an architect gets into trouble, you plant ivy, so maybe some of that can happen.
There's very nice, there's little areas you can see as the servicing and sets back along the street.
Well, I think one way to get rid of the mast could possibly be to have the lift just go down to the cellar. And then have a chairlift up to the first floor, but that's two different devices, and they might be equally visually obtrusive, just in a different way. But we wouldn't have that tall mast.
This is a completely self-imposed problem. The townhouse is no smaller than its neighbors. It is not a federal period, teak-little, one-room schoolhouse. It is a normal 50-ish foot deep townhouse. The space on the interior can definitely accommodate a one-story, two-story internal elevator, as many single-family elevators that we see in posh townhouses all over New York City do. This commission is now required to accommodate a certain number of chairs in the orthodontist's office. We're supposed to take care of the outside. If he had a simple lift that went from grade to the cellar level, you wouldn't need to expand the stoop anywhere near as much. You wouldn't need to worry about a landing on the upper level. You could take care of it internally, and you'd have to have another chair somewhere else, or you'd have to squeeze it, or have the internal problems are not our problems. This is not an unusually small townhouse. He bought it to, anybody else would say the same thing. I don't know.
I will say that, this neighborhood where you see a lot of cellar things, but you usually don't see first floor, because this is a commercial thing.
Commissioner, I just want to follow up with Commissioner Gobles. I do think it's important. The Commission has long worked really hard to make sure that buildings are accessible and great. It's something that I think, are very proud of our efforts to do so. But I do want to say that I think that it is correct that there is no requirement. We shouldn't feel like this is we are required to make this accessible. We should try our best to figure out everything we can do to see if it happens, but ultimately there's an appropriateness standard that people need to sort of.
And the comments that I made were completely and 100% within the context of New York City handicap accessibility regulations. It's a fact that chairlifts are considered non-optimal methods of access in the first place, whether it goes to 2 floors or 1 floor. One could argue that an internal elevator would be more appropriate from a handicap accessibility point of view than would an exterior one, because it's protected from the environment. Chairlifts are generally considered problematic, and here you only have a chairlift to one level instead of two. So I don't think my comments have any suggestion at all, and you're absolutely right, I totally agree with you.
Amber?
I agree with my colleague. I think in the plan, it's very heavy. In elevation, it's still too late. And I think the solution is recommended by my colleague.
Perhaps the applicant could provide a scenario such as Michael's suggesting, and see what the building. I can't see the impact because I'm not an architect. I can imagine it in an office. Obviously, we'll deal with that, obviously.
There was appropriate modifications, and if they absolutely cannot work out on the interior, they can come back and request an amendment to a public
Yeah. You going to suggest something?
Well, I was heading toward not approving it, based on,
Well, no, I was talking about a lift just going down and
Oh.
an internal elevator.
oh, well, I was gonna say, if we're gonna explore this new option, which I think Brad liked a lot, an internal elevator, whatever we want to call it, that minimizes or eliminates the need for a lift. I would think that we ought to see at least a ramping system in the front yard. It may not work, it may be too, but there is a large front yard. These ramping systems, I counted the rises, it looks like it's 6, which is quite a lot. They're also in my neighborhood, was it just 3 or 4 stars or something. They've got the front yard of a brownstone, without a whole lot of interruption. So at least I think we ought to see it. That's what we do.
And just to mention, staff level rules do allow for buildings such as this to have lifts, ramps, things of that nature, if certain criteria are met. And in this case, yes, it is the height of the mast, and then of course the extension of the stoop far into the yard that led us to believe that it would not qualify. So if the direction of this is to do a lift that only goes to the basement level, or some other variation that has a much shorter mast, or doesn't cause the stoop to project any further, or maybe slightly further, it would likely qualify for staff level review anyway. So it could be that we take no action and explore that path. If it doesn't work, and the applicants want to come back, they can
All right,
propose this.
so why don't we do that? Okay, so there's a potential staff level solution, and if not, they can come back and show us their studies.
Yeah, and just a side observation, I think the swimming lot is obviously mass and the model is just sticking out in the middle. Maybe the staff can explore the applicant with a shift, flip it to near the staircase, and that would be rather than very just sticking out, blocking the window, on the right-hand option instead of the left option. That's right.
Yeah, if you're just going down.
Porch across the front.
Right, so we'll take no action, and staff will work with you and kind of explain all of the outcomes.
Okay, we're going to move to item number 2, LPC 19-09416, an application for a certificate of appropriateness of Borough Queens, Block 3471, Lot 38. 1879 Putnam Avenue in the Ridgewood South Historic District. A Renaissance and Romanesque Revival style flats building designed by G.X. Matthews and built in 1911. The application is to replace windows installed in non-compliance with LPC permits.
Good morning, Commissioners. Caroline Passion, Preservation Staff. The subject property is located on the west side of the street, just to the south of Woodward Avenue. The applicant is proposing to remove these white vinyl windows at the primary facade. These are close-ups, and these windows were installed in non-compliance with a permit, staff level permit that was issued in 2013, and they are proposing vinyl windows. So at the time of designation, there were no historic windows at the front facade. Historically, the windows were wood, double hung, straight-headed, segmental arch and arch windows. Survey was done up and down the block. Pretty much there are no historic windows along Putnam Avenue, Putnam Avenue, and maybe there were a few historic brick molds that were there, but most of the existing windows up and on both sides of the street are either vinyl or aluminum with tanning. What the applicant is now proposing is to install new vinyl windows that will feature a double hung configuration, but they will either tilt or swing in operation, and they will feature a dark green finish. And the architect and the owner are here to present this proposal in more detail. And this is also a sample of the finish.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lakshmi Hattie. I'm an associate at the architect. Unfortunately, Mr. Clubman was unable to attend today, so I'm presenting on his behalf. I have with me Mr. Sita.
He is the owner of the building as well as the owner of the window company, of the window that we're trying to install at this building. This building is 1879 Putnam Avenue, located in Midagh, South Historic District. As Tyler already explained, this is the current condition of these buildings. This is how they bought the property. Windows were installed and do not meet LPC standards, so we are attempting to update that and install the correct windows to match the historic findings of the building. The photo on the left is the historic photo, the second photo is the restoration photo. This is the existing conditions that we have here today. It shows, for example, the second floor window is not symmetrical. The rail on the double hung is towards the lower portion instead of in the middle, such as the other windows on the street. This is the cellar window. It's a fixed window? Upper window. We did an analysis of Putnam Avenue, where our building is across the street alongside with our side, and most of the windows are not LPC compliant. There are barely any brick molds that meet the historical context. I was able to find one brick mold that has the 100 green color in this building located in 1881. I think I found one more across the street, but that was to the extent of, and this one here, how many 100 green brick molds we find on Putnam Avenue. So most of these buildings have the double hung windows, as you can see, so we're trying to keep that look. However, our window is not a double hung window. Our window is a tilted turn window. However, our designer was able to come up with his own creation of a double hung simulated window that operates as a tilted turn. And as we spoke with Caroline, it will be 100 green color to try to match the historic context. So this is how the window operates. This is the tilt position, this is the turn position. And he actually brought in a 3D section so you can understand the profile of the window.
So essentially it's the image thing on the right. Show it up or just get a little more context. So basically it's an all-set glass system. It's a tilt turn. So the single sash operates. So it opens up in that manner. But by having the offset glass, simulates the look of a sliding double hung window system.
What's the motivation then for doing all this? Cleaning?
This is his window.
No, why do this? What's the matter with it? Go on.
Okay, so yes, we do manufacture this window system. It's a steel reinforced window. It's a commercial grade window. It'll outlast standard double hung, especially on our block. It's all, I'd say, cheaply made vinyl or aluminum replacement windows. So as a property owner and the fact that we actually manufacture these windows, I wanted to put in a better product that's going to last much longer than most of these windows will ever last. So I had the idea, because of the landmarks, we had to create this system. So we developed these special profiles with the extrusion company that we use to give us that offset glass appearance. So really the driving factor is it's our own property. We make our own windows. It's a much better window as far as thermal, air infiltration, structural. We don't have to worry about, because it's all rated for RC2 impact and burglary resistance. There's a comfort factor with this window that we want to put in our own properties. To go out and buy someone else's window, it's kind of like it's.
I mean, I get it, but if you want to make a more rugged, long-lasting window, couldn't you also do the same thing with the double hung? I'm just wondering what's motivating the tilted turn.
So to make a window system, there's jigs, fixtures, welding, different equipment, software. There's a lot of money that goes into actually developing a window system. To switch to a completely different window to make 10 windows on my own property, it really doesn't make sense. I'm not in the market to go out and sell double hung windows. We do a lot of commercial work, New York City housing projects, stuff like that with this window system.
He actually did the windows in our office building, and we have the exact same tilted turn system. August 2025.
So just maybe, I think I'm going to ask Corey to interject for a moment. So because as you know, we have approved high performance, energy efficient windows. And what we've understood from about the technology is that a window that operates in a tilt or a casement can have a tighter seal than a double hung. So from an energy perspective, I guess there's less air infiltration. But we did amend the rules to allow staff to approve this high performance window, which operates in a similar way, except it's 2 different sashes. Corey, do you want to just talk a little bit about that and the difference here?
Yeah, it's definitely. So the difference here between what staff now can approve and what the commissioners before that approved on numerous occasions is twofold. The first of which, and probably most important, is the operation. So all of the previous versions you've seen and approved, and the staff as well, always have a fixed upper sash. It is only that setback lower sash that tilts in or swings in. And I think part of that being found appropriate was, kind of that discrepancy in operation was minimized by the fact that it was just half of the overall window that was operating in a different way. So in this case, as you can see here, is the entire window that swings in or tilts in. So that's one difference. The other difference is the material/finish. The saddle rules do not allow for vinyl windows. However, the commissioners have considered them on other occasions. So it's not that you've never seen them, and maybe in a couple of cases approved it, but not in the context of these particular similar double hung windows.
So Corey, have we ever approved anything like this?
No.
So help us. Is this something that's worth an experiment to see if it's going to work? I mean, if it's that similar to something we've already approved, shouldn't maybe we look at this?
I think it should be considered, but I would say it's not that similar because it does offer twice as much of the operation that's noticeable when the window is open. And further to that, the framing system is slightly different than other versions you've seen where the profiles are a little flatter and chunkier. So there are detailed differences as well, kind of without regard to the particular material.
Yeah, the sample looks very clunky, but I don't know that that's...
Yeah, so usually the versions that we've seen in wood do have, particularly at the meeting rail, so this is they have a sort of a mullion down the middle. Generally in these windows, we've seen that dimension kept rather thin for the upper sash, and then the setback lower sash absorbs a little bit more of that dimension here. All of that thickness is right there in the middle mullion. Yeah. So this is a different window in multiple respects.
So on that topic, did you ever consider having the lower light to be the casement operating window and the upper light to the transom, which we normally give you the
I don't think the size would work for our linear requirements without units.
ventilation is half of the light, right? So if this is okay for light, then
Well, I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but the sizes that we have right now are pretty much close to the requirements.
So as far as the other windows that were approved for landmarks, typically they're made of wood. For wood, you can for any shape you want. When you're doing extrusions, aluminum, PVC, whatever it may be, there is structural design that needs to go into the actual profiles themselves, so they're not collapsing under heat, they're not warping, things like that. So in a wood window, basically what happens is the window ends up being about that thick. You have a sash in the back set here where it's opening on the bottom side. With this window, in scale, it does look clunky based on size. If you compare it to one of these windows here, they probably are similar as far as the overall size. Maybe the meeting rail is a little bit smaller, but what this size meeting rail actually does, it does give us the same proportions, or pretty close in as far as the percentage of proportions of what the original double hung windows were. So they're not that far off as far as the overall look.
so you're saying you could not make that simulated double hung that Corey was talking about in the rehab window?
To make it with this system, it would have to be a completely different profile system.
So you said that you just made yours.
Well, we made supplementary profiles to offset the glass system. So it's basically...
You're just pushing the glass pane back, that was the customization.
Right. And then as far as the overall aesthetics, what we're proposing is replacing the brick molds and having them laminated with the same undergrain wood grain texture to give that look. Right, to mimic the original look of the windows on the site.
How are you handling the segmental arch openings in the round arch?
There will be, so this actually will be formed, will be curved at the top side, top of the building.
Okay, so the upper window is arched. We agree to
I think I'm saying.
So the segmental, the opening is a segmental arch, you would have a flat sash.
But, yeah, glass would be rectangular on the second floor.
Yeah, even the older windows that we bought on the site, usually is the window is up behind the arch. So you have actually a square window, brick wall with a brick arch around it.
So you see this is how it is in smaller edges.
The older houses
So just to say that along Putnam Avenue, you don't have any historic windows, but on Madison Street, there is one building, one facade that actually has all the historic wood windows, and they are true, segmental arch, true, arch windows at the second and top floors in wood with the brick holes still intact. So it's not like they had like a little brick infill condition at the head of the window, they were true arch windows.
I would assume your windows just do that, right?
Yeah, we will, especially the large arches on the top will be a full radius arch to match the brick on the side. And so within the system, it can be bent and formed to even match the.
Not the glass.
No, the glass will be cut. Yeah, so the arch, the glass gets cut in the arch. And it'll be a full operable arch set.
Okay. Take public testimony, we'll come back to you after the testimony. Brittany Thomas?
Brittany Thomas, Historic Districts Council. Overall, HDC finds the proposed windows appropriate, but asks that the second floor windows reflect their historic segmental configuration as opposed to the flat-headed windows proposed. We ask that LPC staff ensure that the muntins and window frames match the historic profile's dimensions.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this application? We have a letter from Community Board 5, including saying that they have voted to waive their opportunity to comment on it. Do you want to respond to the testimony about the details?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear really what the second part of it.
Can I just see the
Just got
letter?
curved segmental top.
Is that what it said? Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that again?
You said they want the glass on the second floor to be curved, just like the glass on the third floor is curved. Follow the shape of that arch.
Okay, so this shallow.
Right, so don't flatten off the top.
Okay.
That was
But they otherwise supported the change in operation and material.
I just have a question. Can you match the proportions of the existing, just the proportions? Can they be matched in this system, or they cannot be matched at all?
You mean the...
Well, for example, the sill is 5 inches on the proposed. On the original, it's 4 inches. So, an inch here or there. It's a question, but how important is proportions for us?
Yeah. And, I think we usually see some variation in the surface area of each of the framing members and allow for a little bit of variation, but not so much that the glass becomes so much smaller. And so it still is the one place because of perspective where we can have a little bit more variation without it affecting glass glazing. But certainly the top rail and the side rails, jams would get too thin. So I think we should have to look at that. I have already program 5, and the 5 is getting a little bit chunky, yeah. I just want to confirm, are you saying that you do not make double groove windows? I think we have to
Yeah, we don't manufacture them.
Only tilt and turn.
Yes.
And only in vinyl?
Yes, it was reinforced vinyl system. Well, UPVC is the correct terminology. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Did you, I just to follow up on Commissioner Jefferson's question, did you do any glazing calculations to see if the overall percentage of reduction?
Yeah.
There was a
There's a chart. Keep on.
There's a percentage, plus or minus chart, yeah.
Sorry, is it?
No, there was a chart. that
Yeah, I have a chart that
differential.
shows us, here it is, the percentage and glazing deductions.
Or 10, actually.
The frames are larger.
So sort of falls within that. Any final questions? Okay, let's have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Discussion.
Unusually, I don't usually talk that much about windows, but I think this is interesting, and I'm willing to accept it, approve it, as long as it's on the second floor, we can do the second, what do we call that, slightly rounded segment. But the reason I'm interested in this is, just to kick this down the road and say, oh, it should be a wood window the way they made them in 1880. To me, we have to do better than that. We have to think broader than that. And we already are. Passive house designs have come to us with a whole other kind of window system that replicates to some degree, at least when they're closed, a very tight, energy-efficient window that we have approved. And this is not quite that yet, but I think, to me, it's worth experimenting, at least this one time, to see, working with staff, working closely with Corey to get the dimensions right and so forth, even though it's final. So I view this as an experiment, a laboratory experiment, you might say. And I'm willing to take a risk to see how it works out. If it doesn't, well, we'll know it's still a lot better than what's there now, and we'll use it as an experiment. That's my
I have some thoughts about it. I have to say, I think this is a very interesting case, and for some of the reasons that Fred said, and I really appreciate the applicants wanting to put in the best window possible within, I guess, and because it's your company, you're proud of it, it's your building, you'd like to contribute in that way. However, I feel like the window doesn't really comply with our standards in historic districts. And while I don't think we necessarily need a wood window here, we regularly approve aluminum windows and, wood-clad aluminum, and I think this street and this district really are looking for us to make a statement about where we would like the look and feel of these buildings to go. And that this isn't the time that we should be experimenting. This is the time when we should make a little bit of a statement, so that the next time someone comes to us about replacing windows, we can set a precedent for what it is that we want. And we don't want permanent windows. And this particular window did not look terrific to me. And we don't want clunky windows, and historically, the windows have been double hung. I mean, we recently, I don't know if it's on the East or up the west side, the building came in with a master plan, on a building where the windows had been like an 80% change, we voted to make them go back to the original multi-pane windows. And this is not a big leap here. This is, it's actually, I don't think it's nearly as big of a leap as we asked that building to do. And I think it's important. So I don't think that I can support this. And I would recommend it. So it's the double hung configuration. Go back to the double hung, not in vinyl. I'm completely flexible about what the material would be and would recommend working with staff on that.
I'll go ahead with the experiment, but the criteria I'd like to use is that the proportions, the glazing, percentage of glazing is not lost. You keep the same amount of glazing, the proportion of the solid you use, you keep the same proportion of glazing that exists now.
Portion or dimension?
Dimension.
Which dimension?
This is a proportion.
Yeah, given what the applicant said, I don't know if they can do that with the system, because it's a standard system with an extrusion that's manufactured, and so they can't, without reading all the dies for the extrusion, they can't just do that. So I think that if we accept it, it would be this window. But I think I'm siding with Jeannie on this, in that it's too much of a precedent setting I think both in the proportions of it, material, and the operation when it's open. I think having it either be tilted or casement will just be very, very a different appearance than double hung. So I think the double hung that we've approved in the past that have it just to the bottom, the fixed top would be acceptable.
I feel like on the second or third floor, especially if you're in the third floor, on the second or third floor, but I'm not sure how not doing it on the lower floors would present. You could do that. Because I am concerned that some of the profiles on the lower floors where on the second and third, I think, and a large window that might not as much impact.
Carol, can you just go to the photo elevation?
So that would mean that on the second and third floor, you would see a tilting operation that would be different than the first floor.
Yeah, I understand. I mean,
So
Mosaic case.
well, I think the tilt is really how they operate, and then the casement is how you clean.
yeah.
Michael?
Yeah, when I was a civilian, I used to think that the LPC's fetish on windows was unusual. Having sat here for 10 years, I guess I'm coming around, but I do think that, windows do constitute a significant part of the character of the building, and they are something that is frequently changed, and so therefore maybe it merits a little bit of obsession. I think that here, the issues are the operation, the design, the appearance, and the material. In terms of the material, the reason we don't normally go for vinyl is it's a crappy material that looks crappy, that kind of bends and flexes and cups and fades. It's just not a material that, as an alternative, which we do consider every day, is appropriate to the kind of quality that we were looking for in a landmark district. So I think on that school, this particular window is probably acceptable. I think that the vinyl is very thick, it's reinforced. I don't think this window is going to go anywhere anytime soon. So I'm convinced by that by looking at the profile. However, I think that and in terms of the operation, we have a big issue about the operation often, frequently. And the exception is for passive houses. Passive houses go to great lengths to improve the environment. And for that reason, we act in a deferential manner to allow for that to happen. That is not happening. So I don't see the cause for extending the standard beyond what we normally would do for that purpose. And even when we do, we preserve the design in the closed sense. You know, the windows that are done in passive houses are completely identical to the windows of their neighbors when they're closed. So this fails on that too. And I think it would be noticeable, especially considering that the dimension of the sashes are a little bit thicker than normal. I think what you're going to have is it's going to wind up looking like a casement with a transom bar, you know, or with a mullion, you know. I don't, you know, I think the change in plane of glass is good, but I think that if you look at these windows, what you're seeing, if you look at the historical photo, you're seeing the shadow of the upper sash over the lower sash. That's kind of basic to the design of the window, and I think that its absence is noticeable, and I'd be okay with it if it were just the material, but I think that we're being asked to diverge from it. And I'm not concerned for precedent purposes. I just think that, you know, we have a certain standard. That standard has a reason. I don't see a good reason to go against it.
I do share the opinion on this case. Because I do, you know, the commissioners do have great comment, and then the profiles indeed is a bit of a chunkier than the thing. But I'm thinking about what's the alternative, right? The choices between is you go back to the double hung window, which is normally, you know, thousands of them just on this block alone. The one thing I think about in this case, and I do agree with Fred in this one, is about that, you know, the normal other windows that you get is the segment at the top is not there. So I think in this case, I always like the segment at the top, so that's the trade-off. But I do agree with the commissioners about the comments about, you know, the profile is very thick, but I think for this other one.
Okay, all right, so I think we don't have enough votes to approve anything today. We have a few people who are willing to entertain your window as an experiment, but we don't have 6 to vote for it as is, and that's because really, even the people who are kind of willing to experiment would want to see some detail changes, which may or may not be technically possible. And I think others here really do want to see something that is closer to the double hung operation and refinement of the details. So we won't take an action today and continue to work with Caroline. If you choose to pursue a sort of, as we keep calling it, passive house window operation and details in a different material, that would be a staff level approval. If you want to do something like that, but in your vinyl material, then you can come back to us for a public meeting. So Caroline will explain that to you. Okay? Thank you.
The next item is number 3, LPC 19-41516, an application for a certificate of appropriateness of the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 216, 56 Middagh Street, in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. Federal style house with pre-revival style details built in 1829. The application is to construct a new building on the lot.
Neighborhood Preservation staff. The application before you today is to construct a new building on an empty portion of the lot at 56 Middagh Street, located on the south side of the street between Hicks and Henry Streets in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. And the applicant is here to discuss the details of the project. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Pratt. I'm the company Pratt & Black Architects. I'm here to present our new construction at 56 Middagh. The property is a single L-shaped property, and there's currently a 3-story with cellar and basement adjacent to it. That's on the same property owned by the same client. I can point up. You can see the streetscape. There are actually 3 single-family residences in the plot, and otherwise they're mostly apartment buildings. It is a new 4-story with cellar, again adjacent to a 3-story with basement and cellar. This is a map basically calling out the different heights and stories of all of the surrounding buildings on the block. You can see that the main house is existing, has a deep lot, whereas the new house is a roughly 25 by 25 foot square on the property. On the ground floor, is a garage, 2-bay garage, leading up to a second floor, which has a kitchen, dining area, and then the bedroom area on the 3rd floor, and then the 4th floor, and then the bedroom area. The tax lot photos are showing to your left is the old property on the smaller portion of this L-shaped lot, and the one to the right is showing the existing townhouse, and next to it how the property juts out, and the old house, shingle house, where our lot is projecting and sided. This is a drawing of the existing house, and the lot next door, which is currently being used as a garage for the clients that own the property. The clients had 2 requirements. They wanted a clapboard house to be consistent with the existing clapboard house. They also wanted a 2-car garage because they've been using it for years as a 2-car garage, and they didn't want to lose that option. Side view, back view. The idea of doing a double-car garage in Brooklyn Heights was sort of tricky to find precedence. Right next door happens to be, this is the one to your left, that's the building next door. It is a double garage. It doesn't look particularly historic. We were looking for all of the sort of neighboring properties that had garages. Mostly they are old carriage houses that have been transformed into garages. So we just combed the area, found garage doors. A lot of them are brick buildings that have a lintel across and a double garage, either separated by a pilaster or connected. And actually, down the street, this lower one on the right, that is on Middagh, but the next block over, they have a garage also. Otherwise, at least on the block, there was very few houses that had garages in the lower level. So we also were looking at dormers in the area because there was an importance of trying to continue the existing house and the cornice going across and make the upper floor look more like a dormer. We had a precedent on the street of where they had actually built a dormer but only articulated it with trim. And then the other precedents in the area for dormers were similar to the one that's on the left, which has a set-in dormer. And so really we worked again combing the area for dormer options. In terms of trying to find a garage, look for the garage that made some sense. We hit on the storefronts that were local and historic in nature, even if they've been revised. And the sort of freeze aspect that could below house a double garage and opening. The other aspects of the building have been taken from local details. The casing, the frieze board, all from local immediate references. Garage door, pilasters around, again, all taken from local references. Trying to make it look, even though we wouldn't have had a garage built at the same time, but at least having it look like the details were in place and it could conceivably be a carriage board that were revised. So this is the house with some suggestion of coloration, with the garage door and its entry at the lower level, the windows above with the detailing matching the local details, same thing with the second floor, with the third floor, and then the fourth floor, dormer above. You can see the way that the house projects from the original existing house. And one more thing, I'm sorry.
Is it your intention, or is your client's intention to have this look like an addition to the original building, or as a separate building? What's your thinking on that?
So originally, it was presented as an addition, and it was going to be a continuation of the house. And then along the lines, they wanted it to become its own entity, that they could either sell or rent. So we could have, when we went to landmarks with that idea, we could have turned this into a brick building. We could have made it something completely different as a townhouse, right? Or at least we could have proposed that. But the client was very insistent on it looking like the original house, doing clapboard, and we were just looking for ways to insert the garage and to make it look like it was somewhat big. They wanted some different things like a little more open window. The other thing is we are zoned to go up to 50 feet, and the house is matching the existing at 40 feet because we felt that as a clapboard building adjacent to this and projecting forward, it would feel like it was kind of overwhelming the house next door. So there was a consideration for what was next door. Even though next to it there are larger brick buildings, and it's conceivable that this could be a larger building on the site. So that's really the end of the presentation.
And then just, this may be clear, you may have all figured this out, but just to be clear, Amy, can you just go to the site plan just for a second? So, as we saw in the tax photo, there was a building on this lot, and at some point, and that lot at the time, maybe the block plan is what I was thinking of.
Okay. Yeah,
So at the time, the lots matched each other and were both as deep as the existing lot. And over the years, the lot on this building had been sold off to different properties. So the properties on the avenue got some of it, and then this property got the front piece of it. So it's a sort of a report of what it was. Just for you to have context of what this building is in here. And so So it's been used as parking since it was purchased, I guess. And so, as I understand it from your presentation, the proposal is for a new house that would be separate and not internally combined with the existing house, but retain parking for the existing house.
That's right, that's right.
Okay. Any questions?
I just have a technical question. From a zoning point of view, you may not have the answer to this tonight. You have a very shallow lot, right? It's a
Yes.
separate lot. And what's the rear yard requirement there?
Well, interestingly enough, at first they said that we needed to have a door, and you can see it's still on the plan. We had to have a door that would access, that would go through, and somehow access the backyard of the existing house. So that's still there.
Right. But what's your setback requirement off of your rear property line?
There is none.
There is none.
There's
Theoretically, you could have built to the property line.
And we did.
No, on the back, behind the cars.
We are. It's an L shape.
Oh, you are? Okay, so.
We are as tight as we possibly can to
Okay,
the
so
site
it's confused by
plan.
that line on the site, on the floor plan. Okay. So it's, oh, it's that's a dimension line. Okay,
Sorry.
never mind.
Other questions? So I think in terms of garages, what you were saying is that you found mostly garages or carriage houses that had garage openings. But for other sort of former row house or townhouses, you did find many that had actually maybe built as storefronts, and so you were sort of looking to that just the sort of context of the storefront on a row house is a way to inform your garage design. Okay. Other questions?
Last question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What about the dormer? Who came up with the idea of the dormer on the elevation?
So the original look was very similar to the one next door. Right? We just carried it across, and it was a continuation. When we realized that we could do something very different, we asked ourselves, would we do that from the start? Would we match that, those little teeny windows, or we could get larger windows up there? So we wanted it to be a larger dormer. We wanted it to be set in slightly to articulate it, and we wanted that frieze, most importantly. I think the cornice frieze of the existing house to kind of carry along, to look like there was some respect for that. So, we realized that it's a deviation, and that there isn't, necessarily a dormer exactly like that, but we didn't want to do a mansard roof that looked too awkward with the clapboard. So we feel that it's humble enough to work with the building itself, and it's subjective.
And then just on the garage doors, are they two sets of doors, or is that all one door that opens?
It's actually all one door that opens up, and it makes them look like two separate doors. And we tried.
One question.
Yes.
The facade, the proportions of the windows to the solids, and the existing building, are they the same, or have you changed them? What have you changed?
So the windows on the third floor match. The windows are aligned with the windows on the adjacent building. But because of the garage level, which had to be higher, we really couldn't get that adjacency.
And I'm talking about the body of the building, so on the left-hand side, the windows are smaller than the addition, is that correct? But the space between the windows seems to be the same. Am I seeing that correctly?
They are, the windows on the third level should be the same height all around.
No, what he's asking is the proportion, the spacing between the existing structure and the new proposed one. Are they the same?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding exactly.
The window sizes on the new building don't exactly match the window sizes.
They do not exactly match. There is an alignment, but not an exact size match, sorry.
The new building, the new filthy, the windows are big.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, other questions? We'll take public testimony and then we'll come back to some final questions. Judy Stanton?
Judy Stanton for the Brooklyn Heights Association. We do not support the proposal because of serious concerns about historical appropriateness, typological and material authenticity, and massing. We do share the applicant's deep appreciation for the beauty of the existing 200-year-old wood frame house on the lot. However, we think the project's constraints make it impossible for a replica to achieve an appropriate outcome for any new second building on the lot. These constraints include the lot's shallow 25-foot depth, the inability to use real wood siding for new construction under the building code, and the applicant's desire for garage space. Taken together, they will impose too many compromises if one is attempting to replicate the main house next door. Instead, we believe that starting with a more contemporary approach and enhancing by contrast would be a more appropriate context for the existing house and the district. The most unfortunate compromise is that the proposed design presents itself as a historic style, 4-story wood frame row house / carriage house combination. But in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District, no known buildings were ever originally built in this configuration, nor have any evolved over time to produce such an end result. The existing classic houses with driveways or garages found on the neighboring streets are all mid-20th century interventions. Another poor compromise is the building's massing, which for a secondary building, we strongly feel should be subordinated to the main building. For this new building proposed to be positioned on the lot line, it will create a street wall and impose itself over the main house's front yard. That said, we think some of this tension can be resolved through changes which could meet the aspiration for construction appropriate to the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. Here are some suggestions. First, model the overall design on the examples of wood frame buildings with commercial storefronts. This seems a much better analogy for arranging the details of the ground story garage than viewing it as a row house or tenement. Nearby, the storefronts at 68 Hicks Street and 37 Cranberry Street could be studied. Second, we think hardy-board fiber cement siding could be used more proactively as a sympathetic complement material instead of a second-best substitute for real wood. For example, consider a shiplap arrangement instead of a clapper mat. Third, the window arrangement copies the form of a traditional row house, but this conflicts with its function in a small apartment building. We think a tighter alignment between form and function would actually result in a more pleasing aesthetic outcome in addition to serving the internal plan better. Lastly, the massing can be improved by eliminating the anachronistic elements like the dormer and simply reducing the building's height to be more in scale to the main house. Thank you.
Thank you. Brittany Thomas?
Brittany Thomas, Historic Districts Council. HDC found this proposed new building appropriate, taking many cues from its historic context. A cue that was missed, however, is constructing the house in traditional materials. HDC suggests executing the public-facing portions of the house in wood, including its siding, window surrounds, and cornices. HDC asks LPC staff to refine the details of the 3 cornices, ground floor, second story, and tertiary, so that they appear less lumbering than currently proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Christabel Goff?
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. At one time, there were objections to new buildings in historic districts imitating historic styles. An earlier version of the Secretary of the Interior's guidelines took that position. One has only to look at a proposal like this to see why. Faith in every respect, an impossibility historically. That is, a 3-story rooftop addition to a modern 2-car garage with an implausible shed dormer, all executed in synthetic materials down to its fiberboard so-called frieze. Most likely, narratives and rationales have been constructed to excuse this. It is on the footprint of an earlier building. The block front is not uniform. The fake 2/2 windows would have been characteristic of a certain period, which, however, was a time when no one ever built anything that looked remotely like this. Alterations to existing carriage houses, purpose-built one-story garages for grandfather, and ground floor restaurants are not applicable precedents for this design. Montgomery Schuyler wrote in praise of what he called the small New York City house. Though earlier than this example, the houses that he loved were spacing up for our forebears in 1829. Reminders of those days survive but are increasingly altered. The fire department frowns on wooden buildings, and in fact in Manhattan has done so increasingly since the great fires of 1816, 1835, and 1845. That is why the few wooden houses we have are rare survivors to be treasured and allowed to retain their authenticity. We have seen applications to join existing row houses where, for a time at least, the LPC has asked for an appearance of separation to be retained on the street. A new building to be joined to an historic building might need to meet the same standard, or preferably proceed with a complete development design.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? All right, we have a resolution from Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommending LPC approve the application. Do you want to respond to some of the comments that we heard about typology and materials?
I would like to respond to the question about the materials. First off, the DOB is prescribing that this not be a wood building or wood clapboard building and require fiber cement board in its place. In my experience, the painting of fiber cement board replicates the look of the wood so closely that I didn't think that it was going to be a sort of an issue historically, and the safety of the building was really primary as well. We are trying to go back to the DOB with the request to make the windows and the casings and any aspect that's not projecting out to the sides wood, and we would be pleased to, with DOB's consent, to any aspect of the building in wood. So it's not our interest in inserting a sort of more modern type of material, just that we're under the rules and terms of the DOB. So in terms of stylistically, admittedly, it's been a challenge to find a representative historic precedent for this building type. But I do think we took very careful note of all the aspects in the area. We did arrive at the storefront as being a good opportunity to provide a lintel over which the garage doors would live, and we were very careful to choose and select appropriate, not overtly or ornate, very humble profiles, and try to keep the building in scale with the adjacent building. Again, we could have added 10 feet to the building, and we were restrained and in trying to keep it connected to its context.
Okay, thank you. Any final questions? Okay, so let's have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Discussion. Sorry.
I don't know. I thought the testimony was really interesting, articulated and hit on some of the issues. It's a very interesting challenge, and I sympathize with the architect's challenge here. Perhaps some of the challenge comes from the owner wanting a building that right, is collaborative. And, you know, we work for our clients, but sometimes the client's wishes set us off in the wrong direction. Maybe that's the case here. I'm not certain it is. I'm not certain I was as against the building as maybe the testimony was suggesting. There is no building like this, you're right, everybody's right. But that's also part of the charm of the building and the possibility, the challenge of the site. It shouldn't maybe perhaps look like anything else, but it should be comfortable with the neighborhood typology, but maybe something somewhat new. I think incorporating a garage below is possible, and I think the architect has looked at some of the examples in the neighborhood that provide fuel for that idea. The question is what should be above it, and how big should it be? At first I thought it was too bad it's forward of the historic building, but I think there's no option there. It's a tiny little lot, so one has to build to it if one's going to build on a lot at all. But I think that's actually a good thing, because I think the building should be comfortable with each other, but not too comfortable so that it looks as if one is copying the other exactly. So I'm not providing exactly the right specific information here to how that it should be relooked at, but I think it should be relooked at. I would not be averse to something more contemporary. I sort of leave it at that. I'm a little slightly flummoxed. I can't believe myself when I say that. I think it's a real challenge.
Yeah, and I think a challenge to try to emulate this particular typology and have a garage and the style. So, Adi?
Yeah, I think I appreciate what Fred said. The first piece of it, especially the relationship and communication with the owner, I think it's important to express, you know, what we do here, which is that, in a sense, the new project does not, the new building doesn't really match. I mean, if the objective was to have a true sister to the existing building, I just don't think you are getting the tools to achieve that, you know, both from the material and the requirements of the program and the size of the site. So I think that to admit that that's kind of a failed notion, it might be an important kind of first step. I do think, though, that for the most part, maybe only carriage house typology suits here. And I realize that would mean the building might be shorter, although there are some examples of some taller carriage houses. But then you could actually really, you know, draw attention and be clear about that larger opening on the ground floor that is for carriage/cars, and then go from there. But I don't think that I understand borrowing the storefront language for this in order to make it sort of fit the context or fit the area. I just don't think it does.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that, you know, in Brooklyn Heights you see, where you see garages, they're carriage houses where they fit within the context. And a garage just doesn't fit with this type of building. So if the owners are really intent on having a garage in the building, I think they're going to have to go in the direction of a carriage house. And there are larger carriage houses and carriage houses with mansard roofs, and, you know, different things have been adapted over time. There's some nice examples in Brooklyn Heights and some of the other Brooklyn neighborhoods, but if you lose the garage, you can go in a totally different direction. But this doesn't this doesn't relate to Brooklyn Heights architecture, it just doesn't. So.
Michael?
I too agree with many comments about the material. I think it's a trap. And I think it's a trap that you're going to have a hard time digging your way out of. Because it's clapboard, because it's intended to blend with the original house, it does. But it does so imperfectly, because just when you're kind of sealing the deal, you pull away. You know, it matches, but it doesn't. Same color, different windows. I just think it's a muddle, and I think that I would say that it's time to talk to the client and say, you know what, clapboard was a mistake. This building should be brick. Let's look at the rest of the buildings in the district. And for me, kind of what gives it away as being problematic is the detailing doesn't, at least to my limited knowledge of wood detailing in this historic district, match what I've normally seen. Normally what we see in wood buildings is that the siding on the sides is different than the siding on the front. Here, it seems critical, at least from the other view, that the siding wraps, so otherwise you won't make that connection. Usually there's a lot less kind of concern with the profile, and profile to me looks much more like a suburban house profile than it does an urban townhouse one. And we have seen some that, certainly older ones that do have a gable that's expressed on the side, but it's usually not as much integrated into the front as this seems to be, and maybe just because you have the low garage next door that you're seeing it that way, but there's something about this that just doesn't feel appropriately placed. The fact is that apart from the garage, which happens to have this kind of little escape hatch into the main house, this is a separate building. So it's a different building for a different occupant. And I think it should express that. And certainly the context images, the historic images show a building that goes to the lot line, but that is of a totally different texture, a totally different scale. So I think that the materiality should match the fenestration and the detail and be different.
Jeannie?
Just a few more comments. I agree with all the comments. Today, I want to add a few things. I think the house is trying to do too much, and it's one of the reasons, and it may have to do with the requirements of the applicant. But one of the things, there are a couple of things that just don't sit right visually, and one is that garage entryway base. And it may be that, the front door of these buildings, whether they're brick or wood or whatever, the front doors usually have a little more of a presence. And I feel like there needs to be a sense that this is the way you enter the building, as it is when you do in most townhouses and brownstones. And then there needs to be some breathing room between that and the garage, which may mean that the garage has to get a little smaller. Or not, but otherwise it's just breathing. It's almost, there's almost like a disconnect. And I think the sort of the suburban reference is, apt here. And so that's something to consider. And then the other thing is, I feel like the dormers don't work here. There needs to be some reconsideration of what's happening at the top of the building. So that when I look at this, I see these three bands instead of a cohesive, coherent piece of design and architecture. That's it.
Okay. Eduardo?
When I looked at the elevation, I thought it was going to be a composition. And looking at it, I thought that was too dark. The new one was more dominant than the original. And I thought perhaps we could have a dominant and a subordinate piece. And if we do that, I think the new building has to be shorter, and so that the original is the dominant piece and the new one is subordinate, and that the composition goes together. I think the hybrid of the garage doesn't quite work, but perhaps with a different color and become with my fault.
Okay. And any thoughts about the garage at the base? If you do, I suppose if you were doing a subordinate addition, appearing or second piece to this composition, it would be shorter with still a garage space.
It would be a different color, because then it would be a orange or that's another word.
Okay, it is, yeah.
I have the same opinion as most of the other commissioners and people testified as well. I think the plywood, starting with the plywood was probably the thing that set it off in the direction that was made it difficult to come to a resolution of it as its own entity. So now it kind of looks like an addition. I can't tell if it's an addition or a new building, but I think it really wants to be a separate building. And if the garage is the driving programmatic piece of the building, then I think the carriage house or some kind of a different typology is more appropriate than kind of looks like a house placed onto this sort of commercial garage. So I agree with Jeannie about having more of a presence for the entrance to the building, and that would help maybe make the garage more secondary. But I think that needs to be, the material of the building needs to be looked at as well, and that would drive other decisions.
Great.
I agree with most of the comment that it's a challenge because the typology really doesn't exist, and I think obviously the weakness stems from that base, which is that you're trying to simulate a carriage house and so whether that is an integral part or sits on top. So normally when you sit on top, it's set back, but being such a small lot, you cannot set it back. And then the dormer on the rooftop is also troublesome, that requires further site.
Okay, so I think, you've been thinking about this a long time, and it's been a challenge for you, and I think that was clear in your presentation, and I think we appreciate your efforts to really look to the district, but I think there's just a fundamental typology issue here that is not resolved, and I think maybe starting with the material and then overall form and what the relationship is to the existing house is something to maybe go back and reconsider and continue to work with Amy. We'll see you back when you're ready. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to item number 4, it's LPC 20-04506, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, lot 3135, lot 27, 81 Beaver Street, William Ulmer Brewery, individual landlord. The American Roundhouse Brewery Complex with Roundhouse Revival style office building designed by Theobald and partner Frederick Winder and built in phases between 1872 and 1890. The application is to construct a rooftop addition, mechanical equipment, replace windows and doors, modify masonry openings, install area-free access ramp and stair platform, and establish a master plan governing future installation and site.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle Kerr and Preservation staff. This application is for work at 81 Beaver Street, a portion of the William Ulmer Brewery individual landmark site located at the northwest corner of Beaver and Belvedere Streets in Brooklyn. The proposal is to construct a one-story rooftop addition, install mechanical equipment within enclosures at multiple locations on the roof, replace windows and doors, modify masonry openings, install lighting, a barrier-free access ramp and stairs adjacent to the Beaver Street facade, and to establish a master plan for signage. As you can see in this slide, the site consisted of a complex of buildings historically arranged around a central courtyard, which has since been filled in with a one-story building, which is not part of, seen here, which is not part of the individual landmark site. In addition, this application concerns only present-day tax lot 27 here, which contains the main brew house and engine and machine house, Lot 16 and 34 seen here. The office and stable buildings are part of the individual landmark site, but are owned separately and are not included in this scope. And now I'll turn it over to the applicants to discuss the proposal.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Taylor with Human's Water Partners. I'm going to explain a little bit about the history and existing conditions of the building, and Jordan Rogo from GXA will explain the proposal. Just one other preliminary remark. The project has a variety of locations of the building for commercial use, retail on the ground floor. The team is also pursuing federal historic tax credits, and so the proposal reflects discussions not just with LPC staff about appropriateness from your point of view, but meeting the Secretary of Interior standards. Oh, sorry. Thought it was loud enough, but okay. I'll just stay through that. Meeting the Secretary of Interior standards, and that also, which is a different set of technical requirements, but we hope to converge together with appropriateness standards. That also requires complying with the standards on the interior, and so that informs parts of the project as a whole. So you can see that over here. So this is a view of the, let me just take a little walk around some current photographs of the complex and the landmark. This is a view from Beaver Street and Belvedere. It's a 4-story lager brewery constructed in the beginning of the 1870s, designed by Theobald and Engelhardt. The brewery closed in 1920 with Prohibition, and so it was converted in the 1920s to other manufacturing uses, and later was used mostly for storage, which kind of resulted in this moribund state that it was at the time of designation in 2010, which is somewhat similar to the state we have now. At the corner are the original brew house and cold storage buildings, built in 1872. This portion to the right on Beaver Street was added in 1881 in the same style. And to the left, machine room, machine building, and boiler house added in 1885, again in the same style, reflecting the evolutions, expansion of the brewery, evolutions in brewery technology. You can see the altered openings, particularly on the Beaver Street side towards the right. Those were the result of the alterations in the 1920s for different manufacturing uses. And of course, in later days, a lot of the openings were filled in, and other alterations at the ground floor. View towards Beaver Street from Belvedere, this is the office that's part of the landmark but not part of the project. The boiler house, large garage openings that were added in the 1930s, the one on the left, and then later in the 1970s. Other alterations to the windows, a lot of the openings at the ground floor are blocked up, graffiti and paint part of it. Conditions now to be, current conditions to be remedied. Going to the other side of the building on Beaver Street, you can get a better view of these openings dating from the 1920s. On this side of the building, as well as on this side elevation that faces over the adjacent garage towards Locust Street. And a view from Locust Street to the back of the building. Again, you can see the later generation of openings, the later fire escape, which was cut into the parapet, condition that will be repaired as part of the project. One other aspect, sorry, that I should have mentioned is that was part of the alterations in the 1920s were the addition of stairwells on both sides of the building with new bulkheads that were added at the time, but also that the windows in those lines were shifted to align with the stair landings that were added. Some historic images to explain how the building got from its original working brewery state to what we have today. At the right is the oldest image we have of the brewery. You can see it originally had this man-started ventilation tower, another small structure on the roof, a big chimney. The sandboard here at the left speaks to the typical complex of rooftop structures that were part of the brewing process in the late 19th century, including tower, a malt mill, cooling pan, monitor here. Lager brewing was a vertically organized complex process that usually began with storage and processing of raw materials in rooftop structures, and the process went through multiple stages, driven by gravity through copper piping and equipment to the ground floor, was pumped up again to cooling pans at the top, and again processed downwards. So it was this vertical operation that involved a lot of rooftop accretions, and we'll see some examples later when Jordan shows the design of the addition that will show how the addition was informed by the history of the brewing process and the attendant architecture. The earliest photograph of the building, you still see the tower there. This is right after the brewery closed. You can see the for sale sign, but you can see that the openings around, the arch openings all around the building are still consistent and intact. 9/9 double hung windows, and for those openings that still remain, the replacement windows proposed will match those details. Photograph from the 1940s, right about 1940, showing the alterations that were made, including the new bevel windows, larger openings, the shifted windows, new stairwells with bulkheads, a lot of alteration of openings at the ground floor for doors, square-headed doors, signage reflecting the multiple tenancies, better view from the other side showing those larger steel windows, and the new windows for these openings, the openings will be retained, and new metal windows with details reflecting these details will be installed. The 1980s tax photo, so by this time we're starting to see the kind of conditions that are typical of what we see now. All of the windows have been replaced by square-headed aluminum windows in the arch openings. A lot of the openings have been filled and blocked up. The big true arch door had a new lintel chopped into it, square head, new fire escape, obviously graffiti. And so look a little bit more closely at the existing conditions, which are somewhat similar. This is a good view of the Belvedere facade, so you can clearly see that shifted line of windows. Because those stairwells are to be removed, the bulkhead will be removed in the project, and those windows will be repositioned back in line with the floor levels. At this former main carriage entry, not only the altered opening, but rolled down gates there and elsewhere, multiple generations of changes to these ground floor openings, all the historic windows, blocked up windows, fire escape additions, and graffiti on the Belvedere side, similar conditions. Painted portion of the facade, again, these loading doors added in 1930s and 1970s. Blocked up window openings and door changes. Again, all these things in closer detail. You can see sort of multiple generations of changes to some of these openings at the ground floor that were windows, and the doors and windows again are smaller windows. Attachments, fire escapes, blocked up windows, portions of historical windows still in place. These garage doors are shown open, so they're just generic sort of roll down mill doors now. And again, similar conditions on the upper facades on Belvedere Street. So I'm going to turn it over to Jordan to explain the proposed scope.
Good morning, commissioners, and happy New Year. For some of you like beer, this is a really exciting project. We've enjoyed developing this. It's actually been a couple of years that we've been working on this project, and a big part of the conversation that we've had has been with SHPO, and that is kind of focusing in on two periods of significance in the building's history. As Jonathan mentioned, there was the original construction that happened from 1872 to 1875. And then the transformation or alteration that happened post-Prohibition in 1923 with these factory windows that you see here. So what we've done from the rendering that we have up above, you can see we removed the bulkheads in a series of these kind of utility fire escape stairs that were inboard of the building. We've removed all of that, centralized the core. And one thing to note, and you'll see in the plans later, that none of these floors really line up. This building was machined to make beer, and it was all kind of gravity driven originally, so the floors are all over the place. And so a lot of what we had to do is to make this building accessible. So core location, penthouse location, all this ties into kind of standardizing the building and making everything level. Kind of looking at some of the other changes that we've made, we're anticipating upwards of, I think, about 10 tenants in the building. What you don't see here is what happens below grade. There's three stories that happen below grade, where all of the beer storage took place. And I have a diagram that we'll show you shortly. So there's adequate building entry points signage and, as I mentioned, doors to get to all of the tenants that will be in the building. So starting with the 1870s portion of the restoration, wherever there were the original round arch windows, we've gone back to the 9/9 double hung windows. We've brought back in doors that we've seen kind of vestigial evidence of there having been doors. Brought down, so we've dropped sills in a few locations. On the 1923 portion of the building, we brought back the factory glazing, the rectangular with the central operable, and then this portion of the ground floor has just been altered beyond repair. There's very little historic material there, and the absence of going back to the round arches and continuing that, we've just emulated essentially the factory openings that happened above that. And then finally, with the penthouse addition, I'll just note that we were beholden to the original roof height for kind of a new interpretation of DOB standards where you can't really alter that. That's a fixed thing moving forward as of the middle of last year. So we had a fixed height, and then we tried to keep the profile of this as minimally visible as possible. So when we get to the visibility studies, I'll show you, we went to great lengths. Despite the building being relatively shallow at only 50 feet, we went to great lengths to make sure that the penthouse visibility is reduced to an absolute minimum over the primary facades. So this is the west elevation, and one thing I failed to mention on the previous elevation is that we also are, with the addition of the new court, we're removing all of the fire escapes except for one. I'll explain that in a little bit. But here also, we're sticking with the profiles from the original 1870s and 1920s were applicable on these elevations as well. And what we have here at the bottom is, this used to be the courtyard for the brewery complex, but right now it's a single story manufacturing building. So on the Belvedere side, the east side of the building, in all of our research, we came across this beautiful painted William Ulmer brewery sign, which we would like to bring back. There's still kind of a little vestigial evidence of that being present, so we were proposing bringing that back. And then as far as signage goes, we'll get into that in a little bit. We're just following the historical kind of precedence on this building of placard and blade signage. And then probably most notably on this elevation, this portion of the building, which was the last of the additions to the building in the 1880s, it looked like in the 1920s, one of these garages was created, and then sometime between 1970 and 1980, a second one was created. And what's important about that is in our renovation of the building, there's a requirement now to introduce 2 loading docks that were previously not required. And serendipitously, these garages have been created for us and are very close to meeting the DOB requirements, and they've since acquiesced and said these will be fine. So it's kind of important to us that this remains operable to meet that building code requirement. So then this is the south side of the building, and this is over that single-story kind of taxpayer or manufacturing building I mentioned before. And this really, we have our penthouse kind of pushed back against this lot line condition of the building. We do that knowing that there's a significant amount of FAR associated with this property, and the likelihood of this being developed in the near future is pretty high. So when we get to the visibility studies, I just want you to keep that in mind, that it's very likely that that's going to be covered up in short order. So the first rendering of the property here, these are the 2 primary facades of Belvedere and Beaver Streets. And you get a sense of all of the rooftop equipment and rooftop addition that we're proposing is set back as to not be visible from, again, observing the primary facades. Here is a representation of what we're proposing for this folding storefronts or garage doors located back on this portion of the building. So just very quickly, we had the good fortune of discovering a very high resolution photograph that Jonathan actually showed you on the Australian eBay site, no less. And that we were able to get in and with confidence, we're able to measure that the profiles in those original windows were about an inch. And so we're able to actually get 7/8 of an inch in an aluminum type window. And then the aluminum type window also works very well for matching the profiles on the previous steel windows. So it's singular, much higher performance, aluminum version of both of these, what were previously wood and steel windows. This is a different typology of window, and this is where, as Jonathan had mentioned, we had stair landings that were at the midpoint on the facade. Being that we're removing those and reintroducing the floor, this is a window that would go in those locations. And then finally, storefront along Beaver Street, and this is again keeping with the divisions that you saw with the factory glazing, just bringing it down to the ground level. And then finally, this is the garage doors that we're proposing. It's noteworthy that they fold back inwards, equivalent to or similar to a balance door, so the projection's only 18 inches to meet the building code requirements at the property line. So here we're working with Brent and Leah. These are some examples of the awning types of doors that they make. As I mentioned, ours, however, will be balanced and kind of halfway in, halfway out. And then here's a rendering of what that's going to look like. And then the large doors that we believe were the entry point to actually drive into the courtyard of the brewery, they no longer exist, but in that same Australian eBay photo, we were able to look at the wood panelized doors that were there previously, so we're proposing just remaking those and putting those back in place. Finally, to my point about the kind of different levels that are happening in different buildings, to make this building accessible, we'd like to introduce a plinth along Beaver Street on the western side of the building that doubles as a handicap ramp, a series of stairs up to what is the ground plane and existing floor in that portion of the building. Up the top of the building, we are using very, very minimal ship rail for the guardrails around the roof terraces, and those are minimally visible, just very, very minimal above the building cornice line. Around the mechanical equipment that we need to service the building, we're proposing, and I think we have samples of these materials. Shady, the samples. What we're proposing is a slatted Ipe fence. I'll get into the reason why wood is important in a moment. So that'll be up, and also not very visible, but from a few vantage points you'll see. You guys have the materials for the penthouse. Signage, touched upon this briefly. We have this great 1940s photograph showing the different types of signage that were present: the placard signage, this corner signage, and then again the painted William Ulmer sign. I think it can point to blade signs that existed down on that portion of the building. So what we're proposing is to, again, because we have, and this flips to the next slide, we have 10 different tenant spaces within the building. And actually, this is graded right here, so you can see we actually have another building underground. It goes down, I think, just over 35 feet below grade, with really beautiful vaulted or brick vaults where they used to store all of the beer. So being able to announce the presence of all of the different tenants is quite important. So we wanted to bring that back as it was originally. The blade signs conforming to zoning requirements. They have an integrated low voltage light to illuminate at night. Speaking of lighting, we'd like to introduce light fixtures at the pilasters that do a soft and very focused and linear up and down wash of the pilasters to accentuate the original architecture. This is the suite of lighting. This is for the pilasters. This would be for the blade signage, and then this is the LED that's integrated into the placards. So the penthouse design, as Jonathan mentioned, as I mentioned earlier, this first and foremost was a machine of a building, a machine made to make beer. And the way it worked is all of the raw materials would be brought up in the building, and they would kind of filter through the building, ultimately being barrels, and then the barrels stored in the basement. Of the practical materials that were used in this process, ones that can be translated to an architectural material, copper for the vats, and wood for the oak casks that the beer was stored in, kind of became our focus. And copper was very interesting in that it is a traditional and historic material, and it's traditional means of standing seam construction that lasts forever. And the patinas over time, so it's something that evolves, and we felt that was akin to this building kind of evolving now for its kind of third life. And so we were really drawn to that. We're also drawn to the way the copper, even though it's more of this traditional material, that it can be applied even in a traditional means upon a very simple form and still be very contemporary. So the form of the penthouse itself is really based upon kind of synthesis of a few things. First is just the zoning consideration. We're in an M11 district, and so the sky exposure plane really starts down on the second floor, and by the time it makes it through the building, it raises this the gable in the roof here, and the form of the building is really evocative of these buildings were built on top of breweries to facilitate the new technologies and the new equipment and ingredients. And so we'll show examples of that in just a second. So the second part, I guess the wood representation, is these mechanical screens that we place around mechanical equipment. And as I mentioned, it's a very shallow building, 50 feet. So we push this back as much as we can. It's a kind of a modest, just 1,200 square foot addition through mechanical deductions through the building. And then the equipment, we try to use a split system that has equipment that's kind of a briefcase size, smaller, so we don't have big cooling towers or anything. And they're kind of hidden behind the slatted eBay fence. So as I mentioned, Jonathan and Cass found these great images of the precedents of other breweries with these kind of utilitarian forms, and sometimes even a little bit more decorative, that are built on top of the breweries to house the new technologies, pumps, equipment, and whatnot that the breweries were using at the time. So you can see that form, the simplicity of that gabled form, is something that is much in line with what you would see on top of breweries. Especially, these are all Brooklyn breweries and Bushwick-based breweries. So finally, visibility studies. As I mentioned, we're going to start with the area of greatest visibility, and that is over the south facade, which is adjacent to the one-story building. As I mentioned, this is a future development site, and we're confident that this is going to be covered up pretty soon. Other views, this is still west, down Beaver Street. And what you have here is really we're removing bulkheads, so you have a pretty comparable amount of material up on the roof. This is down Belvedere Street. And what you see here are actually the screens for the mechanical equipment at this oblique angle. And then the primary facade, these views of Belvedere and Beaver, you actually see an improvement of a removal of these bulkheads. And then not until you get, I think, some 300 feet or so away, you start to see the kind of top of the gable roof of the penthouse. But again, we feel that that's an improvement from the bulkhead that's currently there. And then really, I think the other consideration would be just this year, this parcel was turned into a public park. And so going across 2 streets and across that park, you have visibility of the penthouse from this vantage point. So as far as floor plans go, the big thing with the removal of the bulkheads happens because we remove all of these peripheral stairs that were brought in the 1920s. We kind of tucked them back into a more centralized core. And then because we've got 3 basements, we've introduced a few stairs that get you down there and that can meet the requirements of the occupancy requirements for DOB. On the rooftop, the removal of all of those bulkheads, and then the introduction of the single penthouse pushback to a maximum to reduce visibility. And then here, this great section of the building with grade being right here, and you see it's a whole other building below grade. And then this is the kind of explanation of that sky exposure plane and how the gabled roof works. Close shave. So that's it.
Are there any questions?
On page 23, slide 23, are you blocking up windows in that elevation?
Give me 1 second here.
I'm just curious.
Yes. Yeah, no, good point. So on the rear elevations or lot line elevations, wherever possible, we are maintaining and even opening what were previously closed windows, with one exception, and that is we have a stair that is currently back in this location. One of the reasons being that if you can see, there's a level change that happens. So there's kind of an optimal location for a stair and elevator in this area. So yes, we are proposing to block up those, but then reopen all the other windows.
Anne?
Another window question.
Sure.
On previous page 22, the windows that you're replacing where the stair was introduced.
Right here.
How come everywhere else you're putting back the 9/9 and here you're doing a 200?
That's a great question. This has been a kind of deliberation back and forth with SHPO. So we've gone back and forth. Initially, we were proposing something more along the lines of this, a single pane of glass, and we all agreed that that looked a little foreign. They felt it was disingenuous to kind of match the 9/9 that was there previously. They didn't want us to create what was a faux historic type, and so this was essentially a compromise or something we both felt more comfortable with doing the 4/4 because it is anomalous to the rest of the kind of balance of restoring to the standards of the 1920s campaign and the 1870s campaign. Do you want to add something, John?
No, I think that covered it. I think because we're not, they're being shifted from their 1920s era position, but we're not going to, because that did happen, we're not going to restore them fully to the original condition, but we have a sort of new condition in terms of their appearance, of their placement. So the idea in discussion with SHPO is with regard to the standards, given that this is sort of creating a new condition, that the configuration should be distinct from the historic, truly historic window openings. But this is, we sort of relied on this multi-light configuration so that it would be visually compatible, not jarring, but still distinguishable.
I have a question on the original 1880s tower on the roof. That one? What information do you have on it? Where did it go?
This is it. It's the only thing that's
And drawing, yeah.
Yeah, and actually we went up and we did probes in the roof to see if we could find any sort of, material that might have been linked to that, but we were unable to find anything. So it was full-on removed from the project.
And we assume that it was wood and
Yes,
tile,
yes.
or wood and some other slate or something.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It probably had a ventilating function.
Yeah. But its form was not something that you wanted to follow, or its dimension was not
So I can tell you that this building's had many lives in just the process. I mentioned we were working on this for a few years. There was actually a period where we looked at this building as a residential building. And we talked to BSA, we had a lot of conversations. And ultimately, that proved to be an infeasible way. But when we were having those conversations, bringing this form back made a lot of sense for a residential application. But it did not make sense in terms of it not going through BSA. It's not, essentially, you could not do this again, right? The only way you can do it is if you go back through the full BSA process. And its footprint worked well for residential, so we thought, okay, since we're already going through BSA, this is something we can do. However, we're now kind of doing this project as of right, and so it's not really feasible to do with the Department of Buildings. Certainly the materiality is not feasible. Take, for example, the project you looked at right before ours. So we don't want to do synthetic material. So anyway, all I can say is it was talked about, studied, and for a while it was something we were interested in pursuing.
So it appears this is sky exposure plan.
Correct, exactly.
Okay, other questions? Okay, let's take testimony and then we'll come back to you. Brittany Thomas.
Brittany Thomas, Historic Districts Council. HDC applauds the restorative elements in the proposed scope of work on this impressive building. However, we would prefer to see the applicant take this even further by restoring the original low-pedimented brick corbelling that has unfortunately been stripped from the Beaver Street facade. As a significant feature of this building, its rightful return to this facade would be a welcome and historically appropriate improvement to the structure. In this same vein, it would be remiss for us to not recommend that the wooden tower with the stately mansard roof be replicated and reconstructed. Just as the applicant furnished examples of rooftop accretions as precedent for their proposed penthouse, all of the examples of breweries of similar age and style had Second Empire towers. This architectural feature was a hallmark of breweries and manufacturing complexes of this era and should be brought back. Since new construction is proposed to occur on the roof, there is no reason to not build this as well. We commend the choice of uncoated red copper for the proposed penthouse, but question the shape and style of this rooftop addition. While it is understood that there is precedence for peaked rooftop additions on top of historic breweries, the proposed penthouse should be constructed in a less simplistic manner to better complement this important building. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay. And we have a resolution from Community Board 4 Brooklyn recommending approval of the application. Jordan, I think you've already addressed the issue with reconstructing the tower, but I think you also said that you were limited to this roof line, and so that would preclude restoring the pediments. Do you want to speak a little bit about that?
Similarly, the pediments are something that we were hoping to build, and we have interviewed a number of masons and gotten prices on that, and it's just unfortunately not feasible. It's something that the modeling of doing the project, and the other way that I mentioned, the residential, there's a different budget for that type of project, and it was something we could pursue at that point. However, it's not something that's feasible for the recreation here. We all agree that it's something we'd love to see come back, but unfortunately, it's not feasible.
All right. Other questions? Okay, so let's have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Okay. Well, I mean, I think this is incredibly exciting, this adaptive use of this building. It's very restorative in many components, and in large part because of the work with the sugar and the tax credits, and I think very modest in terms of additions. So let's have a discussion about the specifics of the project. Start. Would you like to start?
As ever, the presentation is very clear and thoughtful. And I understand from the development perspective, the decisions that were made, what residential might have been able to achieve, and this can't or won't. And I think that all of the decisions about the windows, the changes, the reflection of the different periods of time are very appropriate and well done. I have some concerns, I think, about some of the signage, only because it's, while there was a lot of signage previously, it didn't feel as sort of regular and this feels a little bit too sort of homogeneous. I don't know what should be done about that, but maybe something can be done about it. And I think that the roof penthouse piece will be beautiful and interesting. And it doesn't attempt in any way, I think, to really to reflect the historic period. It's completely interpretive and you know, your language, and I think it's fine.
I agree. The project is very understandable. I also would approve the large-scale openings in the currently non-existing openings, which I think was an issue, perhaps. But I think what's shown is okay with us. If we were to change it, it might not be okay with FIPA, which is also an issue. And I would like to have to deal with that conundrum so that the building, which is an adaptive reuse, can actually proceed through the tax credit. If I felt strongly about that, I think we should express that and let it be a conundrum that somehow has to be resolved, but I like it not to be. I just want to say I think the top is beautiful, the way it's been designed. In no way will I ever think of oak barrels and whatever. It's just a beautiful and appropriate thing. Please don't tell us that that's your inspiration. It's just an appropriate thing. It's okay to say that. You don't have to be inspired. Often we're hearing this from time to time, every Tuesday, we're inspired by it. Really? The rest of the world will not be inspired by that, that's for sure. This will be a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a really great project, and I think it was very thoughtfully approached and executed. And my own question about the windows, I understand, it makes sense. So I think that the changes we're making are all appropriate. Even if that penthouse is visible, it would feel like it was supposed to be there.
It is interpretive designs that have the types of rooftop features that are on the buildings. Eduardo, did you want to comment?
I believe that the penthouses would be very nice. The issue I have is just the roof portion of the roof. Why put it? I can see the copper through the roof, and I see the gray and brownish color. And I'm wondering if that makes any sense that it could be more beautiful than a market's color.
Okay. Diana? I think that it's a really great project, and I think it's been executed in a way that I think is very sensitive and appropriate. And as far as the visibility of the penthouse, I feel that it does comport with the history of buildings on top of buildings in the past, and that in this case I can support the visibility of it. Of course, it would be beautiful in itself, but that's different issues are before us. So I can really support all of that. Michael?
It's very interesting, very well done. I'm kind of interested to learn more about the SHPO process, where they would be okay with reconstructing the parapets for the money available, but not okay with reconstructing the windows. I don't quite understand that. I'll go with the flow. I don't think it makes a big difference. So try to go there. SHPO project in Connecticut. Reconstruct this. Whatever.
Well, I think SHPO wasn't the problem with the
right.
Go ahead.
I like that, the structure being more like that. I share about these comments about the signage, historically, the signs are better. Hopefully, we can figure out another way to
Tony?
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with all of my colleagues' comments. I was going to say something else about the signage, which I really love in terms of how understated and appropriate it is. And I especially like the way the building opens up at the base in terms of the large windows and the retractable doors. I think it's going to not only let a lot of light in, but be very welcoming, which is what we want to do with a project like this. So I think it's been thoughtfully approached at every single level and been really successful. And it's going to be a wonderful addition to the area.
All right, great. So I think, on my count, we have enough to approve it as is. I think a few people did mention the regularity of the signage, so as you continue to work with staff, you can continue to explore that. But we'll have a motion today to approve it as is, and it's a great project, and I look forward to seeing it completed.
Finally, we get to approve something today. Okay. In the matter of 81 Beaver Street, in Ulmer Brewery, Limited Illinois. This is an application to construct a rooftop addition of mechanical equipment, replace windows and doors, modify masonry openings, install a barrier-free access ramp and stair platform, and establish a master plan governing the future installation of signage. I note that the site historically featured a complex of buildings arranged around a central courtyard, and that the central courtyard is not within the boundaries of the designated landmark site. I further note that the federal tax credits are being pursued for this historically significant project. I recommend approval, noting that the proposed work will facilitate the adaptive use of this historic industrial building for office and retail purposes. That the form of the proposed rooftop addition is a modern interpretation of large rooftop accretions typically found at 19th century industrial buildings. That the addition will be primarily visible from public thoroughfares over facades facing the former interior courtyard of the complex, over the shorter buildings on Belvedere and Locust Street, and will only be visible in prominent views of the building at a distance. That the proposed rooftop addition is modest in size relative to the building, and the use of glazing and copper cladding will harmonize with the building while clearly differentiating the addition in material and form. That the proposed copper cladding at the rooftop addition will harmonize with the brick facade while clearly differentiating the addition from the mass of the historic building. That the removal of non-historic infill at masonry openings throughout the building will not eliminate any significant features. That the majority of the proposed windows will closely match the historic windows in terms of configuration and operation. That the proposed change in material from wood to metal with a painted finish at the double hung windows will largely be imperceptible when seen from public thoroughfares. That the placement and 4/4 configuration of the modified stair windows at the Beaver Street facade will align with the adjacent openings on these floors and will not call undue attention to these alterations. That the proposed relocation of the stair windows at the Belvedere Street facade will return these openings to their historic locations. That the modification of masonry openings at the first floor will only involve the removal of a limited amount of plain brickwork. That the proposed multi-light metal doors at arch-headed openings will recall the configuration of the double hung windows historically found at these openings. That the design of the proposed storefront infill featuring multi-light metal windows and doors will harmonize with the configuration of the windows historically found at the upper stories for this portion of the building and will be compatible with the industrial character of the building. that the operable garage doors will be in keeping with the variety of infill historically found at industrial buildings of this style and age, and will match the other infill at the ground floor in terms of material and finish, supporting the unity of the building's base. The proposed barrier-free access ramp and stair platform featuring metal surfaces and railings will be in keeping with the loading platforms historically found at industrial buildings while providing access to multiple storefronts. That the proposed light fixtures at the building's base are small in size, simple in design, and will feature a dark finish, helping them remain a discrete presence. That the establishment of a master plan will provide for a unified treatment of signage at the building's base. That the proposed panel signage will recall signage historically found at the building. That the proposed bracket sign will be installed at plain masonry and be simple in design and well scaled. That the proposed storefronts and will not call undue attention to themselves, and that the work will not diminish the special architectural and historic heritage of the building.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's approved. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 5. This is LPC 20-03765. An application for a certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan's Block 624, Lot 56, 57 Bank Street, Greenwich Village Historic District. Greek Revival style row house designed by Marsh, built in 1942. The issue should large and probably addition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and Child Preservation staff. This item is 57 Bank Street, one of a pair of Greek Revival style row houses located in the north side of Bank Street, between West 4th Street and Beaver Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The application before you is to enlarge the existing rooftop and rear addition. Please note that the existing rooftop and rear additions were constructed and approved by the Commission in 1985 and enlarged in 2004. Please also note that none of the work proposed will be visible from a public thoroughfare. This is before you today because the scope of work includes expanding both the rooftop and rear addition, the cumulative effect of which cannot be reviewed at staff level. The applicant is here to present the proposal and answer any questions.
Morning, Commissioners. Erin Rulli, Higgins Place Martin Partners. We're the network associates on the project. As Winnie suggested, this is for 57 Bank Street. This is the building in question here. It's built as one of a pair, 55 and 57, constructed in 1842. And the proposed scope of work includes adding 4 feet at both the roof level and the 4th floor level, so that it's co-planar with the adjacent building at 55. As you can see in the existing condition on the left, there has been a substantial amount of change to the original condition over time, largely the result of the 1985 addition, but 85 changes, but prior additions over time. Also, 55 has been entirely reconstructed as well. So, as a result, these 2 new additions will not impact any historic fabric. We've done probes, there's no evidence of historic material in either location. And it will be, there's no existing context, road context, because the adjacent building has been entirely reconstructed. As you can see here, this is not your typical row house block context in the village. Here's the overall block and aerial, and then a block plan which shows the sort of large footprints of the existing buildings in the block, primarily small loft buildings, small apartment buildings, and over here you can see 57 and 55 sort of wedged in the corner. Here's an enlargement of that area. 57 is on the right, 55 to the left, and you can see they're entirely hemmed in by these larger scale buildings. And so this is the resulting site plan for 57 and 55 and the 3 flanking buildings. As I mentioned, the entire rear facade was reconstructed in 1985. This sort of postmodern expansion on the rear. This 4-story L was existing. This three-story section was reconstructed, as was this setback fourth story. At that time, the roof level was raised, the roof was raised, it was cut back and extended with a sort of greenhouse configuration up there. And then subsequently, in 2004, staff level, this was approved at staff level, by the way, it was old school rules. But the 2000 approved plan also at staff level allowed for the expansion of the roof level out to the building plane, and that was never realized. So what we're proposing today is actually less than what was approved in 2004. Here's the existing overall rear facade, existing three-story extension here. This is the four-story L. Beyond this railing is this third-story setback. This is the roof level, the fourth story, and you can see adjacent to it, this is the this party wall of 55 Bank, which has a full height rear yard extension and a rooftop addition. So this is the existing condition of 55. That was done in circa 2004. And then the overall design proposal, really just an effort, the existing condition is the facade is drive-in. So there's a real interest in giving the design some scale and character. Proposed material is stucco with multi-light windows, enlarging some of the masonry openings, and then sort of a modern interpretation of the north-facing studio window at the roof line. And then in the section on the side elevation on the right, you can see the proposed extensions. And here it is, the blue area is showing the area of the two extensions. I also point out that there's a party wall chimney that we're proposing to remove on the front half of the roof. It's been mostly reconstructed and is utilitarian in nature with no decorative character.
Are there any questions? Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this application? We do have a resolution from Community Board 2 recommending approval. Most of the work and not out the windows in the tower. I assume that means the L, which actually that portion of this is eligible for a staff level permit, which is looking at 2 4-foot extensions. So is there anything that you want to allude to? Any final questions?
The discussion at the community board, it was casement operation. They thought it would give reflections into other houses.
Okay. Okay. So let's have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Okay, so this is before us today. Approve doing 2 additions on the building, or an addition on the building that already has an addition. And because it does change the plan of the top floor. But in this particular case, these are one of a pair of houses that are completely hemmed in by larger buildings. Both have had substantial alterations on the rear facade, and there's no historic fabric. And this will push out the top floor in line with the neighbor. The roof will still be set back from the rear facade, and it still retains the scale and character of the form of the row house. So it seems fine. Okay.
20-03765, 57 Bank Street, Greenwich Village Historic District, a Greek revival style row house designed by Aaron Marsh and built in 1832. The application is to enlarge the rooftop and rear yard additions. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the significant architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval of findings that the top floor of the rear facade was previously altered and the rooftop addition is not original to the building. Therefore, the work will not damage or destroy any significant architectural features. That the work will not be visible from any public overview. That the extension of the top floor of the rear facade will align with the rear facade of the full height addition at the adjacent building and will be set back from the rear yard addition below, thereby maintaining the building's residential scale. That the extension of the rooftop addition will be set back from the plane of the rear facade, thereby helping it remain subservient to the main building, and that the modest enlargements will not overwhelm the building or center of space.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's approved, thank you.
Next item is number 6, LPC 19-37371. An application for a certificate of appropriateness of Borough Manhattan Block 496, Lot 35, 65 Spring Street, in SoHo Cast Iron Historic District Extension. An altered Italian-style store and tenement building designed by Building Engineering, built in 1878. The application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of storefront retail.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Marie Reed on Preservation staff. The item before you is for 65 Spring Street in the SoHo Cast Iron Historic District Extension. The building is located on the north side of the street, across the Lafayette Streets. The proposal is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of storefront retail. Here are some historic photographs of the building, and here are the existing conditions. There's a rendering of the storefront. So here's our existing proposed existing. So all of this infill will eventually be removed, including the step up. And then the proposal is to the proposed infill will be made of aluminum and will consist of display windows, metal and glass doors, transom, and panel bulkheads. The original cast iron columns will remain. The residential entry door will also be replaced with a new metal and glass door and transom. And the plane of the new storefront will be set back to align with the residential entry door to create some space for the signage connection here. Here we have our section drawings, some details, and the existing and proposed sections of face of the building.
This particular set of storefronts doesn't meet the staff level rules due to the material, which is proposed to be metal. The building is pre-1900, quite a bit before that, and so most buildings in this period would have had wood storefronts at this time. Also, some of the details and proportions don't quite meet the criteria for staff level rules. And just to point out, Marie, if you go to the full elevation, the bulkhead height and the way in which it tapers up to becoming quite short without any type of curving on the right side there, also runs afoul of the specific criteria of the rules.
So the rules that allow the staff to approve through storefront itself, so which requires that there be an 18-inch high bulkhead. Because it at a curve, I mean, you get down the metal line into the sidewalk here, which is not a great detail. So if the base bulkhead were rectilinear with a stone curve under it, that might make it closer to staff level, but the big issue is really that it's a change in material. Staff can approve aluminum storefronts in buildings constructed after 1900, or buildings that were redesigned after 1900. And this building was constructed pre-1900.
Applicant is here to answer any questions.
Is there anything you'd like to add? I mean, perhaps you could start with the discussion about the bulkhead and the choice to have it follow the grade change.
Robert here from Kenneth Park Architect. I'm here to present the storefront, the master plan for the storefront applications. One of the things that we considered when we were coming up with this proposal is the narrowness of the storefronts in conjunction with the subway stop that's directly located in front, and you can see in the existing photos over here and in this photograph as well. It creates for a very narrow, it takes a very narrow sidewalk and further narrows it. So what we were looking to do when we proposed the storefront over here is to help increase the visibility into the storefronts. Each storefront is only just about over 9 feet wide, and also by setting it back, we were able to give at least the impression of a slightly wider storefront, at least in those areas. As mentioned, the columns, the fluted columns, and the residential entrances will remain in their current locations, at least in the storefronts. It does get a little bit narrower. One of the reasons we have we're proposing this over here is to also improve on the ADA accessibility into the spaces. Because of the sloping sidewalk, the grades nearly match the storefront entrance on the right-hand side. However, it drops by as much as 9 inches over on the left-hand side, so we're proposing to actually drop a portion of the interior slab down so that on both sides, between the combination of the recessed storefront and on the left-hand side, the dropped floor elevations, at least for the first part, we can eliminate any steps into the retail spaces.
Which didn't answer the question. The question was, why does the aluminum on the storefronts go down the sidewalk as opposed to sitting on the base of stone?
Well, because we're
not talking about where it's located, not talking about the doors, not talking about anything else other than where that bottom piece of aluminum sits on the sidewalk. That piece right there.
which is set.
It's set back, right?
We're just set back. So if we had left it at a horizontal, at a level thing, we would again have a step over there. Because this is no longer at the property line, but back 18 inches.
So you could put a piece of stone back 18 inches too.
Consider maybe something like that. I didn't think that would really kind of match up.
And even if the storefront slopes down, because I think it's admirable to achieve your very free access through here, and I think it's great that you're low on the floor spot, but just the detail on the metal, just to have it be a rectilinear pattern, and the part that drops to be, masked by just a curve or some other detail.
And replace obviously of the doors. So
right.
I think we can consider something like that. We didn't think that, again, because we were removing what's there to put it back in, we can be that back.
Other questions? Let's take testimony. Brittany Thomas.
Brittany Thomas, Historic Districts Council. HDC found this storefront master plan a welcome improvement to the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. The proposed symmetrical configuration, the introduction of bulkheads and transoms, and modest light fixtures create an ensemble out of this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? And we have a resolution from Community Board 2 recommending approval, provided that prior recommendations are incorporated. And we don't know what those are, or if you know from the Community Board what prior recommendations are referring to.
I don't have a copy of that one here. We did go back the second time just to reiterate the fact that this was a master application, master plan application. I do recall they had some concerns about the number of fixtures, light fixtures that we had over the storefront. The existing, there was a total of 5 which are in poor condition, which we had proposed to replace that with only 2. And it's really just to highlight the signage. They had a question about the finish that we had proposed. We had showed them a sample. They had proposed maybe some of a matte finish as opposed to some of the sheen, which I think we are open to. And I know one of the things we had from previous had to do with this dedication plaque, which is not part of the historical fabric, but a dedication plaque that was put there by the prior owners, which we then are preserving and replacing back on the new door.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any final questions? And let's have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Okay. So I think this is pretty straightforward, symmetrical, nice configuration, and the building has had some alterations and is in a streetscape with the later building, so I think the change in material is appropriate and doesn't result in a configuration that is at odds with the building. So I think it seems fine if people feel strongly about the details or the bulkhead. Suggest that they work with staff to do that. Okay. All right, so why don't we recommend approval and just recommend that they continue to work with the staff on refining the details.
in the matter of LPC-19-37-371, 65 Spring Street. Application is to establish a master plan governing future installation of storefront infrastructure. I note that the building style, scale, and material and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historical character of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension. I recommend approval with the modification that the replacement of the modern building will not eliminate any significant historical value or features, that the historical cast iron piers will retain and the new storefront infill will fit within the opening made by these piers, that the new infill features featuring large display windows, metal glass doors, transom, and panel bucket, recall the configuration, proportions, and finish of historic storefront found throughout the historic district, and that the establishment of the master plan will ensure a more unified appearance at the building base as the infill is replaced over time.
And with the modifications that they...
Okay. I recommend that due to the slope of the sidewalk, the bulkhead have an atypical angled appearance. And I also recommend that a small masonry curve be added below the bulkhead to provide a level base where we can linear.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so it's approved for that modification. Thank you. Okay, and we'll come back at 12:45 and continue with our action.
All right, everybody, we're going to start off the afternoon with item number 7. This is LPC 20-04697. An application to grant certificate of appropriateness, number of Manhattan, block 1265, lots 50 and 40. 610 to 620 Fifth Avenue in Rockefeller Plaza, Rockefeller Center / Jail Gardens, Southern Plaza, and Rockefeller Plaza individual landmarks. An Art Deco style office, commercial, and entertainment complex comprising office towers and public spaces, designed primarily by the Associated Architects and built since 1932. The application is to alter fountains, stairs, monuments, concourse level storefronts, and hardscaping features.
Catherine Red, Preservation Department staff. The first person to describe this proposal will be E.B. Kelly from Tishman Speyer, and she'll introduce the next speaker.
Good afternoon.
Indeed.
Not taking on the road. Thank you so much. I'm E.B. Kelly, and on behalf of Tishman Speyer and Rockefeller Center, thank you for the opportunity to present some of the exciting proposed improvements to the Rockefeller Center campus. I'm joined today by Cass Stackelberg from Higgins and Quaysworth, and Michael Gavellini and Kim Shepard from Gavellini Shepard. As stewards of the center for more than 20 years, we at Tishman Speyer are committed to ensuring that Rockefeller Center continues to be the beloved destination for New Yorkers and a welcome introduction to the city for visitors the world over. At Rockefeller Center, New Yorkers and the world find inspiration in our history and our vibrant mix of culture, commerce, and community. There is something magical about this place. You feel it the moment you step onto our campus. It's not a building or a collection of buildings, but rather a place that delivers an emotional connection. Rockefeller Center is the heart and soul of New York, with a storied legacy and a vision for the future. Our goal with the materials presented today is to maintain that magic. In focusing on the public realm, our aspiration is to restore the original intent of the Channel Gardens and Range area
as offering a grand and welcoming entrance to the center. As was originally envisioned, that entrance should lead to an inviting concourse, enabling easy pedestrian flow and improved circulation. Our proposals today focus on the public realm, the area around the rink and the Channel Gardens, where so many people first experienced the center. We wish to democratize the rink and the summer garden experience and enable free movement around and through the center. As of this month, we have assumed full control of the skating rink in the winter and the summer garden in the warmer months, both of which had previously been leased to an operator. The restaurants around the rink are closed, and full circulation around the entirety of the rink will be created. We will open the storefronts around the rink, allowing visitors to get right up to the glass and see the beloved whimsy and fun that's happening right in the heart of the center. Let me be clear that there will always be skating at Rockefeller Center. The experiment that began on Christmas Day in 1936 will only be enhanced by enabling greater access and circulation. In good weather, the storefronts around the rink will be opened, allowing for greater access and flow into the concourse and bringing the outdoors in. With new stairs and elevators, movement through and around the center will be improved, providing many points of entry and circulation. Rockefeller Center, once an audacious dream, continues its grand ambitions on a human scale. As we shepherd the center into the future, we seek to ensure that it continues to symbolize vibrancy, excitement, innovation, and the magic of New York City. Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Cass.
Thank you, Evie. Cass Sackberg, Eaton Space Partners. Before we get started, I want to introduce Michael Gablini and Kim Shepard of Gablini Shepard Architects, who are the architects that have designed this project. I'm going to take you through this presentation. It's a long presentation. I'm going to take you through, but Michael and Kim are here to talk about the design, obviously to answer any questions that you may have. We've also been working with landscape architect Enzo Ania, and as well lighting designer Middagh as part of this project team. I'll also add that Higgins Quaysbarth and Gablini Shepard have had the good fortune to collaborate and work with Tishman Speyer for 20 years now, and on various projects throughout Rockefeller Center. Michael and Kim worked on the reopening of the observation deck at 30 Rockefeller Plaza, the reimagining and rebirth of the Rainbow Room, and many other projects throughout Rockefeller Center. And I've had the good fortune of getting to work with them on that. And I think with those projects, those are good indicators of sort of the care and attention and intelligence that is being brought to this project. Michael and Kim have a way with glass and light in particular to create spaces, to enhance spaces, and I think as you'll see it as we go through this project, those abilities come to bear in a very positive and appropriate manner in this project. Rockefeller Center, as Evie said, is really a magical space. It's an unusual landmark. It's an individual landmark comprised of 18 different buildings. And it's really almost operates like its own historic district, but yet it's an individual landmark. It's 18 buildings constructed over 16 years. And what's really fascinating is as every time we sort of dig into the history of the center, what we see is that in that span of time, that this landmark is truly a dynamic and living landmark, and it has been since the early 1930s when the first buildings were constructed. And what we see, and you'll see as we go through this presentation, is that some of the earliest elements, like the sunken plaza, changed within years of being completed. It has continued to adapt and evolve to sort of meet a changing need of the public and obviously the tenants and the New Yorkers. And we see ourselves tapping into that narrative and that continuum that begins in the 1930s and continues through this day. A site plan of the center, just to give you a sense of the sort of core of the center, obviously the crosstown streets, 48th, 49th, 50th, and 51st Street. One of the many things that makes the center unusual is the Rockefeller Plaza, which Rockefeller and the associated architects cut into the middle of these very long blocks between 5th and 6th Avenue. And what that obviously did is it created a north-south access to complement the east-west accesses, but it also added much more open space. There are upward of 2 acres of open public space within the complex, right in the heart of Midtown Manhattan. It was also a way to bring more daylight to the streets, to the buildings, create additional store frontages for leasing. So there were obviously a commercial cost behind it, but it really created the place. Obviously, also a key piece of the organization of the center is Channel Gardens, running east-west from Saks Fifth Avenue downhill into the Sunken Plaza, where the skating rink is today. Channel Gardens is located, obviously, between the French and British buildings, and it is a key component of this public realm that we're speaking about today. As Evie said, that the space that comprises the center is magical. The idea is to enhance what is there today, not change it significantly, but to improve connectivity between the ground plane and the lower levels, improve porosity through the areas around the plaza, and really improve accessibility throughout, which given the crowds that are there today, is actually a problem. And what's interesting is it's been a problem from the very beginning. It's been something that has been addressed in the 1930s, through the 20th century. The project that was brought forward to the commission 20 years ago by Blair and Bell also attempted to address some of those things. Many of those things were enhancements. 20 years later, we're coming back and looking at some of those things and looking to maybe modify those in certain ways as well to sort of carry on that area. The scope of the project that we're here to discuss today comprises 5 areas of work. And the presentation is broken down into chapters. The first is work within the Channel Gardens, and specifically to these 6 pools. The second item is the stair, and this monument, what we refer to as the Credo Monument, which was installed in the 1960s, and really blocks circulation from Channel Gardens into the plaza, this zone. The third is the Sunken Plaza elevations itself and the paving of the rink, of the plaza. The fourth element are what we refer to as the north and south gardens here, where you can see these elevators. We're looking to integrate more circulation, better circulation between the street and the terrace level down to the concourse. And then the last chapter of the story is looking at the plaza itself. So I'll take you into a little bit of history just to sort of back up before we go forward. So some early renderings of the Sunken Plaza in particular. John Wainwright did a whole series of renderings for the associate architects through the 30s that really gave everybody a sense of what the space could be and would become. And the idea had always been, even when the Metropolitan Opera was going to relocate to this part of the city, the idea had always been that there would be a central plaza, a sort of central zone that would be a collector and a social space for people to come. And when the opera pulled out and RCA came in and the development changed to a purely commercial development, 30 Rockefeller Plaza, the RCA building shown here, that presence of the plaza remained. It was a key sort of feature, sort of the center, as we refer to the center of the center, it's sort of the heart of the entire campus. The idea had always been that there would be stairs flowing downhill from Fifth Avenue into this recessed plaza with a central sculpture group on the west side, and then open storefronts lining the rink with these clear open passages that would take people east-west. This east-west axis was very important. It connected the ground plane to the plaza and then into the concourse, which was filled with retail shops and still like at the beginning. This is a view looking obviously west of the plaza. This is a view looking east. So the same idea, slightly different versions, but a grand stair coming down from Channel Gardens, these big openings that connected the plaza area to the concourse below the street. Historic plans, this is a historic ground floor plan on the top and a concourse level plan, just to give you a sense of sort of what the thinking was in the organization spaces. The promenade or Channel Gardens here coming from Fifth Avenue downhill, sort of taking visitors and tourists and New Yorkers almost by gravity down to this very flowing, generous stair into the plaza. Prometheus situated here at the fountain in the plaza, and then down, once you're down at that level, the idea was to allow for particularly east-west circulation with these openings on the sides and small storefronts north and south. And the idea was to then have this big circulating corridor around the plaza that would allow people to move between the shops into the other buildings. There was a very easy pathway out to the east where there were other shops as well. And then to the west, the idea was to bring people down along these corridors to what was called out in the plan as the subway corridor. This is a 1934 plan. And the idea was that this concourse would, as it does today, connect to the new 6th Avenue subway. The issue, in part, was that the subway didn't open until 1940. So the concourse and this idea of bringing people downstairs and into the concourse and allowing them to flow out to 6th Avenue to the subway, it sort of didn't work. Obviously, this was in the heart of the Depression, but it also, the connection wasn't there for another 8 years. So the concourse in its early stages didn't really work in the way it was envisioned because there was a dead end here. And the designation report actually is very interesting. It speaks about that fact that when we go down there was sort of no there there. So, and William Jordy, the architectural historian, he speaks about how the plaza did a better job of collecting than distributing. The idea was that people, as intended, would come in and then flow out. And as you can see, the idea was, this is sort of right at the time of completion of the plaza and the French and English buildings, Channel Gardens, this really beautiful stair that spilled into this sort of basin. It had these small openings, not quite as grand as those early renderings. These openings were only 7 feet tall as originally built, with little narrow storefront openings. And as you can see in these early photos, this is from 1934, in the wintertime, people would come in there and they sort of weren't really sure what to do. And this was a place you could see people standing above and looking down, and people looking at Prometheus, the view from the Maiden on the west side of the fountain, but there wasn't really a way to circulate in and then through. This notion of collecting but not distributing, I think, is really clearly illustrated in this photograph. During the next season, the plaza was planted, but it had sort of a similar dead-end quality to it. You can also see the paving that was used across here. Sort of the idea was to blend the paving with this. It was sort of work together, but there really wasn't a purpose to the plaza. And it wasn't until late 1936 when it was almost a sort of a temporary idea just to get people into the plaza, when someone had a great idea of building a ice skating rink. And obviously that sort of took off as an idea. And so for the first time, this idea that the associate architects had of creating almost like a forum space, this sort of social gathering space at the heart of the center, it finally took hold. And it was the rink that brought people, it actually brought fun. And you can see kids skating, you can see this whole theater in the ground, people peering down and watching, and that happens today. It hasn't changed at all. It's still a fantastic place to go and just watch people, whether it's the summer months to see what's going on, particularly in the winter. But it's this idea of this sort of evolution of the center and these changes that occurred over time to sort of make the place more vital and more dynamic. What's also interesting, and you can see how they sort of shoehorn the rink was quite narrow between the edge of the fountain and the front edge of these steps. By 1940, the rink was so popular that they cut the stair back. They reconstructed the stair completely, put in this tall parapet wall, which the destination report sort of refers to as this sort of abrupt ending to this very gracious flow from Fifth Avenue down to Channel Gardens. What's also interesting, so you can see the larger ring, but you can also see that those storefronts have already been widened. And so this idea of sort of getting people into the plaza and starting to try and sort of make the space in the plaza, in the rink area, but also in the concourse a little bit more connected. So the individual storefronts on the north and south side, as early as 1940, were eliminated and connected. And so part of our effort here is to continue that effort to sort of bring the outside and inside together, much in the same way that these early changes occurred. This is a detail of that historic plan that sort of speaks to the circulation around the plaza area, the goal of having people move east-west through the plaza. This is an existing plan, whereas, as you probably know, there up till the end of the year, there have been restaurants hard up against the north, south, and east sides of the rink area, which really sort of created a buffer. The circulation was impeded because you could get around this way, but this leg had been cut off by the expansion of this restaurant. There was the postal service is over here, and so the circulation from this original idea really has been lost. This is the proposed plan, which takes these commercial spaces and moves them off to the side, so you get back to a circulation around the plaza once again. The swing door, the lining of the plaza to allow for people to move in and out in as Evie said, if it's good weather, the doors could be open to really bring the outside and inside together. And then again, to have a circulation out to the east end of the concourse area with new commercial uses and really trying to revitalize this part of the concourse area. It's really a key piece of the part of the project that we're not really talking about, but it's all tied into sort of improving surface circulation as well as improving the area around the plaza. Some photographs from today. These photographs were taken in that transition between summer and winter when the restaurant has been taken out and before the rink is put in. But a couple things to point out. This Credo monument is something we'll talk a little bit about in just a moment. This is a monument that was built, put in place in 1962 when John Rockefeller died. And it includes his 10 beliefs. The beliefs about the importance of hard work, of thrift, of the individual. It's interesting that the final credo is actually the importance of love, which just seems a little bit sort of out of place, but obviously hugely worthwhile. And what it does, it was installed in '62, and what it does is it's over 10 feet wide. It occupies most of this stair. It really keeps people from going down, whether it's the summer or the winter months, going down into the plaza area. This is a photo obviously showing people sort of congregating, whether you're stopping to take a picture or a selfie, it becomes a bit of a bottleneck. And so we're looking to address that in this proposal. Views summer and we're transitioning between summer and winter months on the north elevations. A few things to point out. So these openings, as I pointed out, began to expand in the 1940s. They've also subsequently been raised. So the original height was about 7'1". These, the north and south sides, as well as the west side, have been raised up to an 8'10" opening. One of the things that's happened over time, the original relationship between the openings and these granite piers was that the openings were about a foot shorter than these shallow granite piers that line the ring. With the increase in height of these openings, that relationship is lost. So that's something that we've been looking at as well. You can see the sort of, obviously, the lack of rhythm and the varying scale of openings around the sides. The terrace area, so this is now getting into the sort of north and south garden zone. So there are terraces that transition between the plaza plane, the terrace, and then the street. And these plazas are lined by flagpoles. What's interesting, in 1942, sort of consistent with Rockefeller's ideals about the sort of international importance of commerce, but also fellowship and working together, in 1942, he installed the 26 flags of the 26 member nations of the United Nations in 1942. He was obviously instrumental in buying land for the United Nations over on the east side, as a long history of his connection with the United Nations. But what's happened over time, they're now upward of 193 member nations, and so there are flags for every member nation. And what's happened now is that there's a fairly dense line, particularly on the north and south sides of the plaza, that create these sort of almost like a separate room on these sides. So we looked at that as part of some of the landscaping that we're looking at in this area. And this also, I'll point out, is an elevator that takes people only from the sidewalk down to the concourse. There's no stop here at this terrace level. This was installed right around the time of designation in the 1980s. So we're looking at making an improvement to the accessibility that comes with a better detail and better positioned elevator. So getting right into the first chapter, sorry, this is a long presentation. I'll maybe perhaps pick up the pace. This is work in the Channel Gardens that we're focusing on here. So the Channel Gardens historically obviously was this sloping area that brought people from Fifth Avenue down into the rink area. There was planted in the center with bronze fountainheads by Renee Chamberlain. The idea in part was to provide some relief. It also allowed, taking this width, it allowed people to sort of have access to these additional storefronts on either side. And you can see it's been used in a variety of fashions over time. It's continually planted with seasonal plantings. Today, the base of these fountains are glass block. Sometimes they're filled in with plantings in the colder weather, and some details you can see the bronze fountainheads in each of these 6 fountains. What's interesting is looking at the original drawings of these fountains, what we saw was that, to point out this note here, structural glass mirror. And if you look at the notes actually in the drawings, what this actually was, historically, was glass block that had a mirrored surface painted onto the underside of the glass block. And when you look at the existing photos, this has sort of been really lost that sort of luminous quality. And so what we're looking to do as part of the work, both at the ground plane but also in the concourse, so this is an existing section here and a proposed section here. This central spine directly underneath Channel Gardens is going to be a public space. And what we're looking to do is actually to reframe the underside of each of these pools. And we have a beautiful sample board here, and I invite you to actually come up and take a look at it. What we're proposing to do, let me go to the section, because this is some other details of what's there today. Existing and proposed plan. The idea is to actually replace the existing block with new glass block that is these large solid glass blocks, but in a way that allows us to actually create a structural glass slab below them with a reflective surface. So it will allow us to actually bring daylight, go back to the section, it will allow us to have daylight transmit down to the concourse, but during the day it will actually read as it did historically with a reflective surface. So going to the section just to illustrate, so this is an existing section with the water here, and the relationship between the bottom of the pool and the top of the coping obviously would be retained. New glass block on a structural glass assembly, and then what we are, I'll pass this around because it's a fascinating material. This is a mirrored surface, but it is also, let me show you over by the light, it's also translucent. So what this would allow us to do is we could put this below the glass assembly. Pass that around. Below the glass assembly, so during the day, you'd have the reflectivity of what was originally done. And in the evening, there'd be actually a glow from the yellow. But it will allow daylight, it's sort of twofold, it will allow daylight to pass through down to the concourse level to sort of provide a little orientation for you while you're under this very deep space in the concourse. But it will also provide at the same time some of the luminosity that's been lost. And the dimension of these blocks is very close to the existing dimensions. The way we've detailed this is that they'd actually be dry laid with silicone beneath them, so that they'd be pretty much the same dimension and gap as what's there. It's a ½ inch versus 3/4. But this assembly allows us to bring light downstairs, but also restore an element at the gardens that really hasn't been there for decades. So that is the sort of the first piece of existing photo of this just recently with the tree in place and a rendered view. This, because of the, and this is probably better, because of the flow of the water, it's very difficult to actually see the actual block itself when the water is on because of the ripples, but you'll still get this sort of bounce back of daylight with that glass material. The next area we want to talk about is the stair, and in particular the monument, this Credo monument that's situated right at the top of the stair. So as you saw before, historically, the stair flowed from Channel Gardens into the Plaza area, and what we have today is really a sort of far cry from that, and really was done to serve a larger skating rink. Some existing photographs. The granite that comprises this tall wall is patched. It is not in particularly great shape. I'll also point out these discs, these stainless discs, which actually have been installed to keep the panels tied back to the structure. So the whole system is not in best condition at the moment. The monument was installed in 1962. As I mentioned, it's over 10 feet wide, and it occupies more than half of the width, or nearly half of the width of the stair. It really is an impediment. It's two-sided. So from this side, you have this beautiful bronze plaque and Rockefeller dates. On the other side is the Credo text. And I think a lot of people come up and they see the text, but they never come around the backside to actually see the plaque and what it's all about. So in two ways, we're looking to improve this by repositioning it in Channel Gardens, but also reconfiguring it so that you see the plaque and Rockefeller's names with the text at the same time, so that you actually understand them as being part of the same thing. So what we're looking to do is eliminate this, relocate this in a new form, reconstruct it in a new form, which will allow better flow, less people stopping. This is almost 300 words of text. It's very dense. It takes a few minutes to read. So by moving it up Channel Gardens slightly, it allows the stair to operate in a more along the lines of what it is meant to be. So there are a series of plaques within Channel Gardens And the idea is to reposition the Credo to this location. So this is an axis between 610 and 625th. What's important, and one of the driving forces is the locations. We thought it was very important that when you stood and you read the text, you stood up and you saw this heroic scale of 30 Rockefeller Plaza. We looked at other locations off to the side. We felt it was very important that it be there, that you take in all the text while you take in the sort of scale of the center. So the text, and you'll see details in just a moment, and you still face west, so facing towards Untitled Plaza and 30 Rockefeller Plaza. So this is an existing photo. This is obviously some seasonal planting, but it's in this location. This is an interesting plaque that David Hossack, who was the botanist who actually ran the botanical garden was on the site, but there was tenements that were on the site before the center. But this is the idea, is to sort of reconfigure and refabricate this in the same granite as the existing. Using this plaque and reinstalling the plaque, but recarving the text so that it's all sort of understood when someone comes up to it what this element is. And then of course, as I said, standing here and seeing 30 Rock directly behind the Prometheus, the orientation of this is a very important element. These are some dimensions and line drawings of the existing monument, and then some dimensions of the proposed. The proposed is about 7'2", the existing is over 10 feet. It's slightly shorter and fits neatly within that space within the channel gardens. The stair is the other element in this that we want to address. So there's this high parapet wall that really sort of creates this sort of abrupt end of the stair. What we're looking to do is actually to reconstruct the stair and eliminate that parapet wall, which gives us two advantages. One, it allows us to do an open rail so that we can see into the plaza more clearly. And it also allows us to have a temporary stair in the summer months that I'll get to in just a moment. So this is an existing elevation, a proposed elevation, with a bronze stair, a handrail, and a low plancher off the edge. And the design of this railing is derived from railings that are seen throughout the center in the lobbies. The idea in section is to have a removable railing and plancher so that in the summer months we can actually bring in a temporary stair that actually gets back to that historic stair. I'll show that to you in just a moment. By removing this out of the sleeve of the stone and removing the plancher, we can marry the top landing of this stair with the granite of this. So this is what's there today. This is a rendering of the summertime with the railing and removal of the parapet. And then also with this temporary stair that would allow us to sort of bring in a wooden structure in the summer months. We refer to it as the summer stair. And it creates this whole new public space within the plaza. It allows us to have sort of the best of both worlds. So we can have the wider ring that was the reason why the stair got narrower. But in the summer months now we can bring this in and get back to that historic configuration of that sort of spilling stair down into the plaza. Obviously in the summer is an existing photo. This wouldn't change other than the railing detail and the planting on either side. I'll also point out that presently these two Paul Manship sculptures, Youth and Maiden, these have had a nomadic life in the center. They were originally placed on either side of Prometheus. They were historically built like Prometheus. They were on either side. They moved up to the roof of 45 Rockefeller Plaza. The gilding came off. They moved down to the wing area. And as part of the Beaver Bell plan, they were moved to this location. We're actually looking to move them back to their original location, but also to reinstate the plantings that were here historically. This originally had plantings with trees in those early photographs, and we're looking to get back to that. Some details on this temporary wood stair. It's close to the geometry. It needs to be a little bit deeper than the historic stair, but it's very close to the geometry. And it'll be part of this new sort of democratized sunken plaza, where today, if you go in the summer months, you have to go and basically buy a drink to sit in there. This will now be an open public space, and the stair will be a place for the public to come and sit and have lunch and be in this wonderful public space. So the sort of summer stair below, and then the sort of standard wintertime stair above. Looking at the sunken plaza now and turning to that, so you've seen most of these images. This is the sort of original sort of collects but doesn't distribute condition in the wintertime in 34. Planted areas just sort of laid in, sort of still looking for what it could become. And then the ring, the 1940s, and then this photograph this actually I think is misstated, this is 1950s. It is sort of many different uses. This is very flexible space, and I think that's really how Tishman Speyer sees this being used over time. But as I also mentioned, you had originally these little sort of mean 7-foot-high openings, which changed very early into these much larger glazed openings over time. You can see sort of how they've been treated in the years to follow. So this is an existing east elevation and an existing west elevation, which really had nothing to do with one another. So this is some of the remaining, this is a non-historic opening, but the original sort of spacing here, this has been enlarged to accommodate the Zamboni that cleans the ice. On the west side, so these openings were enlarged in about 2000 as part of the previous environmental development plan. And one unfortunate thing about this is that the piers, these sort of low piers, were not replicated on here. So these are just sort of large punched openings on either side. And then the north and south sides, which again have this sort of variation of heights. You've got the 8'10" and 7'1" heights, and the mix of the piers and no piers sort of throughout. So there isn't much consistency or integrity to these elevations. Some details, some of the pin-mounted signage and evidence of previous signage, the infill, this range of heights and the granite piers and their association with the openings or lack of association. Looking back, you saw this, the existing or recent plan with the restaurants that developed the Plaza area, and looking at, again, existing elevations as you saw in photographs, again, with the dimensions called out here. This is our proposed plan with the summer stair in place. And the idea here is to anchor the elevations with granite piers once again, to reestablish that, but to introduce swing doors, paired swing doors between the granite piers to allow for sort of inside and outside connectivity. The idea here, like the stairs that can be craned in on an interim basis, in the summer months there will be tables and chairs and planters that will also be brought in. And so the idea is to have much more connection between the area around the Sunken Plaza with the concourse to allow for proper circulation and really to get back to that sort of original planning principle of the associated architects. Proposed elevations and existing, so the existing above and proposed on the bottom. So looking at the base of the elevation, what we're looking to do is to establish a consistent height at that 8'10" dimension, but to reconstruct these elements with granite piers that respect that original relationship. So where they extend above the openings by about 1 foot. The elevations have these heavy granite piers at the corners in the middle that will give some heft and support this tall granite fascia. This is the same articulation on the north and the south. This is the east elevation. So again, to sort of create a larger opening framed by these piers, maintain the solid granite panels on these sides of the stair, and then doing the same. And I'll touch on where the Zamboni is going to live in just a moment. But the idea is to bring some consistency back to the elevations of the plaza once again. Sorry, I'll just also point out the trees that we're proposing in place on the sculptures. And then the west elevation, so as I said, currently these are just large punched openings, and the idea is to actually reconstruct those elements with piers that actually are taller than the openings, to frame the openings. As part of that, we are looking to replace all the deer isle granite in the plaza. We have samples of the deer isle. This is a material that is readily available. It's very easily matched to the historic. And given the conditions and the work that we're proposing, we think it's appropriate and warranted to actually look to replace that granite in kind. So a collection of proposed elevations, the west elevation, east and north and south. What we're also looking to do is to bring some landscaping into the plaza area. Planters here with what we're proposing is a wisteria, which will have a system that will allow it to grow in front of the granite. Some existing photos of what's there today, and then a proposed proposed rendering with these openings, with these doors with a closed position, and then just flexible seating and planting in the plaza area. With the wisteria, which will be growing sort of off of the granite, we have a system. I'll show you in a moment some details of the doors. These are steel doors that will be finished to match the bronze that one sees throughout the center. We're proposing steel because it just allows us to get a much better detail than a heavy aluminum door, but it will allow us to also match the finish of details, existing and proposed, showing the change in the height from the 7'1" openings to the 8'10", sort of more generous openings along the elevations. An evening rendering showing the doors open and the connection between the concourse and the plaza. Some details of the system that will allow the granite, allow the wisteria to grow away from the masonry so that it will be held off on this cable system. We're also pointing out in this photo on the lower right, there's a very interesting little sort of honed band at the top of the granite piers and around the perimeter of the plaza. This is a very modest 1930s decorative detail that we will certainly replicate in the new granite that we're cladding the plaza with. A few lighting elements, we're looking to introduce uplights on each of these flagpoles to illuminate the flags. Introduce very slim 3/4 inch by 3/4 inch downlights on the underside of the railings that line the plaza, as well as the handrails that go into the plaza. And then finally, the paving in the plaza. So historically, before the rink was in place, it's a black and white photo, but we're fairly certain that this was the Crab Orchard sandstone that one sees throughout the Channel Gardens and the terrace areas. This was removed and replaced with a terrazzo, but with a refrigerant system that supported the ice skating. So this is an pre-1940 photo because you can tell from the stair. But the idea was that they just went right over the top of the paving, or perhaps even removed the paving, put down the piping, and then the terrazzo. What there is today, there are these fields of terrazzo with absolutely no expansion joints. There are different generations of color. For the most part, it is this sort of reddish color that is complementary with the Crab Orchard sandstone. We have a sample here, but the idea is to reconstruct and re-pour terrazzo across the floor of the plaza because of the condition of what's there and multiple generations of cracks. But to do it in a pattern that is similar to and references back to that historic photograph, the sort of flag pattern that one sees elsewhere. This is a sample of the color. So the idea is to do it in terrazzo, but in a color that's complementary with the Crab Orchard stone that you see elsewhere around the center. Turning to the fourth chapter in the story, so the north and south gardens. These are planted zones that sort of separate 50th and 49th Street from these terrace areas. And they have changed a bit over time with the introduction of these elevators in both locations. You can see that they are accessed only from the sidewalk, but not from this area. Over time, photos from the 1930s, these were just very plain planted areas of 2 small trees and some low shrubs. They remained that way as some more trees were planted. Then in the 1980s, this sort of flashy John Putnam designed series of elevators were installed with flashing lights across the top. It was a little bit more Times Square and Rockefeller Center, but these cut into the curb line at the outboard side and provided access, as I said, from the sidewalk directly down to the concourse. Existing photo of the elevator enclosure, some of the planted areas. You can see the presence of flagpoles around the plaza. And then on the inboard side, there are 3 fountains on the north and south sides. These fountains originally had the same glass block as what was in the Channel Gardens, but they've been replaced over time to a square sort of 1980s glass block. So what we're looking at is really sort of rethinking the way these planted areas work, but doing it in a way that allows us to reintegrate elevators in this location and this location on the far east sides of the planted areas, and an open stair which will be really allow the weather to come from above. It's not an enclosed area, but allow the rain and daylight to come right down into the concourse levels. We'll see an image of that in just a moment. It involves reconstructing what is there today, but we think it allows actually sort of the terracing that we're proposing, sort of a better connection for the street into the plaza. The stairs and elevators, currently the elevators land here and there. The idea is to have the stair land in line with the west edge of the plaza, and the elevators tucked in to the new commercial zone here. So it allows, again, for better circulation from above to below, but also in their placement, it allows clear circulation around the plaza area, which is key. Some details of the stair. So this is a very simply designed stair. The stair and elevator are designed, you'll see this in renderings, really as contemporary insertions. The idea was not to try and mimic elements that were at the center, but to do it in a compatible way in terms of material and detail, but in a very simple and refined way, something that I think Gatlini Shepherd really excels at. A low glass railing here lining the stair with a bronze handrail, open to above, and then planted areas down in the concourse level. So there'll be a connection from the concourse directly up to the street above. An existing view looking east along the north garden here with the elevator and the fountains, and a proposal showing a rendering. So a few things happening here. So one is this stair, which is set in to the planted area. The idea is really to sort of make this sort of a hidden treasure. Perhaps more for tenants of the center to get down to the concourse easily. It's designed with just a simple glass railing for fall protection and a bronze handrail to match the other bronze handrails. And then the elevator, which we'll talk about a little bit more, is situated back in this zone. You can see how the planted areas are terraced down and now include a granite bench on the inboard side as well. You'll see it on the street side as well. And we're looking to reposition the flagpoles. We're not eliminating any flagpoles, but we're looking to reposition the flagpoles from the edge of this tall, 5-6 foot tall wall, which really sort of is a barrier, to bring those flagpoles into the planted area behind the bench. So the same number of flagpoles, but just moving better position. Same with flagpoles here on the west edges of the planted areas. The details or the zoom of this image is showing how the planted area would really sort of abut the sidewalk and walking surface, and you can see a closer view of the stair. This is now coming around looking north from the terraced area. This goes up to Rockefeller Plaza. Granite stair, granite steps, granite sidewalls, all the same materiality that one sees throughout the center of this simple glass railing and bronze handrail. And it'll bring you straight down into the concourse. A few other views around the low bronze curve. This is the area directly below, so the idea is that daylight, rain, snow, all will filter right down through this open stair, and then the weather protection will be at the concourse level. So there can be planted areas down in the concourse level as well, so the weather will concept. An existing section, a proposed section. So we're looking to, instead of having this sort of wall that exists here with flagpoles, terracing this down a little bit more generously with a bench, granite bench on this side, and this side a small discrete lighting detail on the underside of the seating area here on the north and south sides. Looking now at the elevators, so there are two existing elevators. We're proposing to relocate those further to the east within those planted areas. And those elevators now, in a different configuration, allow us to have stops at the sidewalk, at the terrace, as well as the concourse. So it improves the accessibility that's already there, and it serves three different levels as opposed to just the current two. And you can see in the concourse where the elevators ran, sort of easy access to these main circulation lanes. Some existing details across the top and the proposed. The idea, like the stair, the elevator is meant to be really this very minimal feature. It's a glass box with a simple bronze hood. There's a little bit of weather protection on the sidewalk side. And the features are all cabs are finished in a medium statuary bronze. We try to minimize the hardware so that this thing becomes really as transparent as possible. And when it's not in use, they'll be programmed to sort of sit down at the concourse level so that this box will always remain transparent. Some details, this sort of razor edge on the inboard side, a slight overhang on the street side. The cab, a hydraulic elevator, obviously allows us to have sort of minimum equipment and just very simple assembly, structurally glazed box with very minimal metal elements. An existing photo of the current elevator, and then a rendered view of the elevator, one on the north side, one down on the south side. With the elevator down to the concourse position. Existing view along that north terrace with the flagpoles and that granite wall. and now it's sort of more landscape and more sort of public space that includes a space to sit and look into the plaza, stand at the rail, look into the plaza. The elevator here is sitting at the edge of the stairs forward. So this is an image with an elevator at the concourse. Now the elevator comes up, serving this terrace level, and then when it's all the way up, serving the sidewalk level. So it will be, when it's not in use, this will be the appearance with a cab down at the concourse level. We're also this is the sort of concept image of this bronze or glass cube within cubes. The idea is to do this in as minimal a way as possible. As I mentioned, sort of working with Michael and Tim for so many years, looking at the way, for instance, the glass slabs at the perimeter of the 69th floor, top of the rock, the way the rainbow room details are done. They are true professionals in the detailing of glass and metal, and I think this is going to be another feature at the center that's going to be sort of part of that same vocabulary, contemporary, but also appropriate. The glass assembly that we're looking at allows us to put in, we're looking at this as a sort of an opportunity also for public art. As you know, throughout the center, art is very much of a presence in the center, on the buildings, in the lobbies, and we see this as an opportunity to actually enhance the programs of public art in the center. So the glass, we're able to put in a pixel mesh within this sort of 3 layers of glass, and I'll go back to this detailed section just so you can sort of see how this works. It sits within this mesh, and it's really imperceptible, and allows us to program it with digital art. This is not signage, this is not video programming, but it is meant to be part of a public art program. So we have a few different images that are also sort of abstract with colors. This is an image in Chicago of a similar kind of installation that could be used, but it's really meant as part of the public art program, and it's very much a key part of the way the center is run today. It could take a fountain image, it could take many different images. It will not be signage and advertising. It will be dedicated to art. And then different transitions in terms of the density of the glass that can be used. The last section is the difference, fortunately. Turning to Rockefeller Plaza, so this is the north-south access point that was original to the center. It has changed over time, so like many of the other areas of work that we're proposing changes, this too has already changed, so in terms of sort of integrity, it's been altered over time. So this 1934 photo on the top left shows this just as a street, as it was at the time of designation in 1985, on the top right. Concrete sidewalk, a heavy, wide granite curb, and just a blacktop street paved. And in the Fire Blender Bell scheme from 20 years ago, there was a vast effort at changing the way the sidewalks were detailed. And so as part of that plan, the entirety of Rockefeller Plaza, the north-south span and the sidewalks were redone. So the sidewalks were done in bluestone, and in a smaller unit size, the street beds were also repaved. But significantly, the street beds were raised. And so instead of having this sort of traditional or standard 6 or 7 inch curb height, you now have just a 3 inch curb height. So the presence of this as a street has been sort of lost since this change. And what we're proposing to do is actually to eliminate that 3 inch curb and to bring the roadbed up to the same plane as the sidewalk. It's going to allow us to eliminate these bollards, which call out that little 3 inch step. It will allow us to eliminate this yellow tape. We'll obviously be keeping the granite curb, which is actually the only remaining historic element that is there in the plaza, and it will define the street bed as it was historically, but it allows us to also have sort of more flexible public programming, which is constantly changing within the plaza. So this is a plan in an existing section with a detailed section here, just showing this 3 inch curb height, and then a proposal to have a sort of curving street bed, which will look like a typical street bed with drainage on either side. And then this heavy, the existing granite curb would remain and define the edge of the roadway. An existing plan in front of 30 Rockefeller Plaza, you can see 20 years ago, bluestone, front orchard, different versions of bluestone were integrated into this paving to eliminate concrete and asphalt. And that's been carried forward in the other block fronts as well. So an existing photo in front of 30 Rockefeller Plaza, looking north, you can see the different shades of bluestone and Galway stone here, and a rendering showing that all the pattern basically stay the same materiality, but this would be raised up and you'd have the granite curve defining the line of the street bed, just allowing us to eliminate these bollards and the tape and improve the curve rating in the space. Some existing drawings, some modest changes in the pavers on the outboard street blocks here, and then proposed a detail for the drainage that would need to be included as part of this effort, and then the different bluestone stones that are integrated into the pavement pattern today that would be included in the proposed as well. And then our material board, which I invite you to come and look at. I'm happy to sort of share. But the idea here is that the materials that we've selected really are integral to the DNA of the center. Bronze, the glass brick on the underside of the paving, bronze finish on the steel doors around the Southern Plaza. The new elements are meant to be clear new insertions, but using historic materials. And the elements like the bottom of the pools are meant to reflect the historic intent that was part of the original plan.
Okay, great, thank you. Very complete and clear presentation. Are there any questions at this time? Yeah.
Very nice presentation. Being that this is such a historic gem, I'm glad that you're restoring or at least temporarily, the stair that leads you down to the plaza. How do you reconcile the difference between the original punch opening, sort of the lower height, versus a more modern uniform height versus the original design intent?
Right, so I'm happy to sort of run back, but I think, what's interesting is, first of all, I think there's sort of two issues. I think one, there's an issue with the uniformity, and then there's the scale. And I think uniformity is really essential. And what we have today is you have different heights and you have different detail. So I think one of the positives of this effort is actually getting back to a uniform treatment around the perimeter, because that was part of the original intent. The idea of the height, I think, what's interesting is early on the effort was to sort of expand the openings. By 1940, on the north and south sides, you had half or 3/4 of those elevations. You already had sort of these large expanses of glass. So I think the idea was to create this public space originally, but it didn't work. And so by 1940, there was this constant effort to sort of make the plaza a better space, and a space that would, as I quoted before, this idea of collecting and distributing, connecting people from the plaza into the concourse. That was the goal of that original plan, but it didn't work. And so as early as 1940, that was the effort to get to it. So what we're proposing is to regularize the height. These 7-foot openings are, I'm 6'1". It's too low. The 8'10" height still allows us a very substantial amount of granite above, and you really get a feeling of this being sort of a granite enclosure, almost like a quarry. But the idea of sort of opening these up, we think is consistent with the planning principles of the associate architects. It is removing these elements, but it's also reestablishing that rhythm of pier and opening. So it's taking the ideas of what the original circulation was. It's looking at the way the space has evolved over time and sort of playing into that continuum in a way that we think is still appropriate. It's changed, and we feel it's an appropriate change for the elevations.
And the height matches the height of the altered openings?
Right, so this is the 8'10" height. This is we're maintaining this data. This is the 7 height.
Bringing back up these storefronts with our tiers.
Right, so I should also, so what's also interesting is the way this is detailed right now, go back to that, the granite doesn't bleed through. So right now you actually have glass. So what we're doing is we're bringing the granite piers back here, so the granite will be actually expressed on the outside, where it is not today. So we're giving these openings sort of substantial lengths to stand on. It isn't just a sort of an expansive glass, but it actually has something to stand on. So You can see here, they have been removed. We think actually integrating and reestablishing that rhythm of opening and piers is an important design element.
Yeah, one more thing, I agree with the height issue, but the reason I raised the question was because compare that to the Sunken Plaza of City Court. I sort of, my main concern is that I do not want it to feel like that we lost that historic touch. There's a 1930s feel to this place that you could tell right away that this is part of Rockefeller Center, rather than going to City Court where you just replace it with glass, and that is sort of a non-differentiation.
Right, and I think what we've endeavored to do is to maintain that rhythm and give it some solidity, but to sort of balance that with this sort of openness. I think also maintaining this band is very important. We're not stripping this down to a little fascia at the top. It feels like it's a sort of openings within the wall, and that's something that's important to us as we sort of look at the detail.
I have another question. I understand that the black granite tablets, that is, was installed in the 60s. But was there previously a sign or a monument for the other side, for the Rockefeller side? In other words, did that...
The whole piece came in
I understand. Was there previously a Rockefeller sign that could identify or commemorate?
There was. So there are 4 plaques right now, or 3 in that zone right now. One is to the botanist who had the botanical gardens there. There's a Landmark Foundation Landmarks Foundation plaque and a National Historic Landmark plaque, but those are all sort of post.
So there was nothing previously that said Rockefeller Center in the way that it does and gave its dates.
Right. So the monument, as I understand, was something that Nelson Rockefeller, John D. Jr.'s son, advocated, and it was designed and placed, unfortunately, right in the middle of the stairs. And so the idea, I mean, it's an important element, and I researched the credo itself, these sort of 10 core beliefs. It's actually something that Rockefeller wrote in the 1940s. And so this was something that was sort of out there already, and I guess...
That Lindsay wrote?
Rockefeller, the father.
Okay.
Nelson Rockefeller.
Well, Lindsay installed. Okay.
Yeah. So it was installed in this place, but it didn't exist anywhere else in the center. This was a new feature that was added in the 1960s. Answer your question?
Yeah. Okay. No.
Beautiful presentation. And very thorough. But I have a conceptual question. One is, the original had this heaviness, hard edge, stone feel to it. And it seems to me this new concept, something is true, is a softening process of bringing in the planting that drapes over the edges. So it's giving it the softening concept of it, and the hardness kind of evaporates.
You're talking generally.
General conceptual.
Well, I think it's a good point. Maybe Michael and Kim could speak to this as well. But I think one of the fascinating, so many of my sentences begin with one of the fascinating things about Rockefeller Center. But I think one of the things, and I think this cover image on this report, I think the deck is something we sort of don't spend enough time talking about. But so core to the idea of the center was this integration of not just art and architecture, but landscape and architecture. And it was an idea that was not just at the rooftops, but the idea was also at the ground plane. So the idea of sort of integrating landscaping throughout the center is another one of those sort of core elements that goes back to the sort of original planning principles of the associate architect. So I think if you walk around the center, there still are a lot of these softening elements. I think we are in certain areas looking to sort of enhance that. But the idea, similar to the other changes we're making, the idea is that this is not a sort of a foreign idea that we're sort of imposing on the center. It is something that's very much a core idea of the development and design of the center. So it is a softening. It's about making the public spaces sort of more pleasant. But it's doing it in a way that builds on and is derived from ideas that were at the core of the original plans of the city.
One more quick question.
Yes.
On page 100 and 101, clarification. On the left, the elevator core seems to, or the elevator piece seems to have a roof plane, and on the right, your flexible media art thing, or maybe it's the other way, I'm sorry, two different pages, seems not to have a roof plane. Is the idea a roof plane, or was that just an image
So
of something?
this element you're talking about, yeah, so this is really sort of about the guts of the elevator. So there are lots, as you may know, there are lots of technical requirements about having a public elevator.
So what does that one show on the left? There's, on the left.
This
the concept image. The concept image.
This is actually not an elevator.
It's a concept image that shows kind of inspiration of what we're looking to do. Not the thing itself, right, without a roof plane.
Unfortunately, Fred Lane is not here to talk about inspiration. That's his previous application. But right, the idea here, this is not an elevator, this is just a glass enclosure with a projection on it.
I think the idea here was to illustrate the pixelated projection.
This is not meant as a similar elevator type. And the idea here with this elevator is to strip it down and use as much glass in it and as little metal as possible.
Diane?
I have a lot of sympathy with the approach that you presented and the changes. I think one thing that absolutely have to consider is that it is going to remove a lot of historic fabric. So if you could expand a little bit just on the condition of the existing fabric that has to be removed.
Yeah, so this is obviously something we're very sensitive to. So the areas really, I think there's sort of two primary areas of removal. One is in the plaza, where we are replacing the granite. I think the stone within the Sunken Plaza is other than the piers, really just plainer deer isle granite, and it is material that is very readily accessible. If my Devonshire were here, you could probably, I expect that you would echo that. It's an easy material to source and replicate and to match. And there have been modest changes, as you can imagine, throughout the center over the years. This is something that is sourced easily. So I think while we are removing a lot of this material, I think to the trained and untrained eye, it is the same material, and it's going to come back and it's going to look exactly like it does. I think the condition of what's there today, when you really start looking at it, attachments and replacements and pinholes, is not in great condition. You don't really notice that when you're standing looking down at people skating, but when you get up very close to it, it is something that actually could use some help anyway. So I think there is a fair amount of removal of that more or less flat, unarticulated stone. I think the other element is up on the north and south part. So these are, original features. What's interesting is, I brought the designation report with me. It's a book. The designation report doesn't mention those two areas. And there's a whole separate section of the designation report about landscaping and the importance of landscaping, the history of landscaping throughout the center. It talks about other areas, it talks about Channel Gardens and Credo and all that. It doesn't even mention these elements. Now, that is, I think, relevant, but it certainly doesn't, certainly excuse full removal necessarily. But I think what's interesting about these elements, and obviously the elevator has, changed the way these spaces are, are seen and used. These fountains, which do provide, a bit of sort of auditory quality to them. When you're standing in those, when you're standing in this zone, really what you hear is you hear the fountain because you don't really hear these. These are also, we have a photo in the appendix, don't go there yet, but the paving of all these have been replaced so you don't have these really beautiful large glass blocks. So, these are original elements. They are not described in any detail at all in the designation report. We see them as sort of important zones that both sort of separate the street from the Sunken Plaza, but also are really and could do a better job of sort of knitting things together. So it is replacement, it is removal, but we think in the spirit of sort of bringing this public space into sort of better use is an appropriate change for a feature that is not, that is really not even called out in the designation report. I think also in terms of the fountains, I think that the work at the Channel Gardens, and these are really special parts of Plaza, and re-enliven re-engaging with the sort of detailing of those, that's actually a sort of a much more significant change. So there is removal, we're conscious of it, but we think it's all sort of in service to enhance the project and the public spaces that are around the plaza.
Other questions? Yeah.
Couple questions. The glass you used at the elevator, is it going to be anti-reflective so that you really do see right through it, or is it going to be just regular one line?
Yes, it's meant to be anti-reflective.
Kim, why don't you come up and just say your name too?
It's meant to be also in addition, Kim Shepherd, Gabrielle Shepherd, thank you. The glass is meant to be low iron, which takes away that greenish blue tint that standard glass has, and it's also meant to be anti-reflective to really see through and not reflect.
You mentioned lighting the flagpole, so is that existing? I see lights on the flagpole, so in the presentation you talk about that.
So this is existing, the next one actually is proposed, so you can see there are little fixtures just mounted on.
So there currently aren't
There are
lights
no,
on.
right, there are no.
Adi and then Nicola.
The next image, a winter Charvis would say, what are these are obviously evergreen in some form, but is there something else, a stepped grade or stone that we would see in winter, where the planting is not as robust?
So section. So I think, one of the things that I think Tishman Spire does very well in maintaining the center is that, in the in the sort of colder weather, it isn't barren. If you walk up to the center now, it's planted with evergreens, and there's a program of, landscaping that is, every 6 weeks it seems like it's changing. So I think the idea would be, and you can see this here, so there's a wall here, sort of a retaining wall for the trees, but you're not going to see that. So it's going to be planted, it's going to have, it's in nobody's best interest here among the team to have sort of a barren landscape area.
Right, but I would imagine that I'm asking if it was going to be seen. If it would be seen, I would imagine it would be beautiful and handsome, just like everything else that's been designed. So I just want to know what it was.
Sure, that's a good question.
Michael Gavellini, Shepherd. So the whole idea of this is to really, the purpose of it is to extend the landscape. The whole notion that this was part of the original botanical garden. And Ania has, I think, designed a really wonderful concept which is very sensitive to the existing space and providing also seasonal change throughout the course of the year for all and every planting that is being considered.
But to answer your question specifically, the planting, as you see...
Kim, just come up over because we have microphones that are picked up for the audio.
This planting is designed to always cover the ground. Yes.
Thank you.
I had a question about the space itself. Are the flagpole actually moved in, or they actually moved further?
That's correct. The flagpoles are moved in, so it widens the view, the perception of this public area. And so yes, the answer is yes.
If I could add just one lighting discussion. The lighting here was added, and it's a very, very front-forward, quite harsh light to give ambient light to where the humans are. And the two things that we're changing is adding with our bench an underlight, so that's softer, and we're also with the flagpole lights accentuating the flags themselves rather than the lights that are coming from terraces above that are trying to capture and light the thing. So we're adding softer lighting at a more human scale.
Yes, Judy.
It's a little more programmatic. So as you're, collecting and distributing from the upper level down to the sunken plaza, back into the concourse, are there changes programmatically that are facilitating that movement both in and out in the concourse? There were restaurants, and what's going to be going on down there that makes the movement of people flow at all levels inside of it?
I'll step up. This one. Still weak.
So the intention is to, going back to the original sort of historic intent of enabling circulation around the entirety of the rink. As you may recall today, because of the configuration of the restaurants, there is a dead end on the north side, and on the south side, as you circulate, you come essentially to what is just the post office. So the intention is that by removing, there we go. By removing these restaurants and enabling circulation all the way around, we will then program here and along the edges on the north and south sides, sort of essentially flipping off the face of the rink, and then similarly extending that over to the east side as well. So the idea is we want to encourage more movement, make it easier to get around. The program will continue to be sort of very similar to what it is today in terms of food and beverage that serves our tenants, that serves our visitors, with seating associated with that. But certainly the intention is sort of exactly as you're highlighting, to address the fact that we have congestion points, people don't know where to go, so we want to make it easier to move around and provide them with more things to do when they're there.
So that would be, once you go back into the concourse, that would be recessed, you're saying?
Exactly. So once you circulate, let's say you take either the stairs from in the gardens, or you take the elevators down, you would then have the ability to circulate in either direction here, either direction above, similarly down north and south. So these are the concept that takes you down to the area that is 10 Rock, 1 Rock, 6 on 5th. To the north, takes you to 50 Rock and 45. So we want to make it easier to distribute and to provide more things down there that will pull you in different directions.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, we have some testimonies. I think we'll probably have more questions after that. Christabel Goff.
Built off with the Society for the Architecture of the city. Rockefeller Center was being altered and modified almost before it was finished, and a whole series of experiments have been tried. Moving maiden and youth to the head of the stairs at the sunken plaza seemed like a good idea at the time, but returning to the original pair of trees and the older, wider stair, at least for the summer, will be a welcome variation. Last time there was a major renovation, there was a proposal to ornament the paving with what was described as a monochromatic peacock. In the course of various modifications, it went missing, and I asked Brian Hogg, then Director of Preservation, what about it? Brian said cheerfully, it flew away. There is one aspect of this plan which also needs to fly away. Please, no flexible media art shaft with iridescent effects. As you saw recently on 7th Avenue, the line between media art and advertising is subject to dispute and interpretation. Let Times Square be Times Square, and let Rockefeller Center be Rockefeller Center. A billboard that can wiggle would be a huge distraction here, just when the summer garden is being made so much nicer. It would strike a completely false note. I'd also like to add that Michael Gotkin is here, landscape specialist. He has noticed a picture of this renovation that completely escaped me, McGee, and Brown College when we examined the plans at some length. However, the removal of the fountains, the inset fountains, the little alcoves in the walkway, the north and south walkways, he has a great deal to say about that, and it's outside what we consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. HDC supports the proposed modifications to the Rockefeller Center Plaza, and we thank the applicant for a clear, comprehensive, and well-rendered presentation. The proposed changes are well thought out and demonstrate a clear connection with the plaza's historic design, while simultaneously able to function in our current day. As this plaza is a period piece of high art deco, HTC found the proposed elevator's contemporary design tone discordant with the rest of the plaza. Further, while the art panel is successful in a vast open plaza in Chicago, displaying art on the elevator shaft in Rockefeller Center reads as clutter. This plaza is not an open, stark expanse like the example provided. It is full of plantings, water features, flags, statuary, and grade changes. As such, the elevator shaft should be simplified and without art. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Gottkin.
Landscape architect, as many of you know, I only learned about the proposal last night, and I hastily threw together some images, but many of the images that the applicant is showing you, as Christopher mentioned, the little fountain I think should suffice for what I'm about to say. You can read my statement later, it's a bit wordy. I'm just kind of speechless, almost in shock, that none of the commissioners brought up the removal of one of the defining features of Rockefeller Center. From almost any vantage point when you look down on the central sunken plaza, you're aware of that interlocking zigzag pattern created by the fountain alcoves. They're paradigmatic of 1930s Art Deco, modern, whatever you want to call it, landscape design. Rockefeller Center is a rare, rare gem of surviving 1930s landscape architecture. I mean, the great landscapes from the 1939 World's Fair, the features similar patterns, those are long gone. This is a place where you can really experience it for yourself, both visually, audibly, as was brought up. I beg to differ, you can hear those little fountains as you walk along the passage. There's one photo at the front, maybe confusing to people, that shows the Villa d'Este in Italy, but it's on purpose. Many of the designers that worked on Rockefeller Center got caught up in the Depression. They were Beaux-Arts trained architects and landscape architects. They went on the grand tour, they visited all the great hillside villas of Italy. And that is why when they switch over from private work, great estates in Long Island, to doing civic work like Jones Beach, Riverside Park, you have this Italianate influence. It's in the modern vocabulary, but it's essentially these terraced hillside water gardens that they viewed in the great Renaissance Palazzo gardens. And that's what you have going on here, in an abstracted 1930s Art Deco vocabulary. You have terraces, you have axial paths with the splish-splash fountains, and then you have the grand fountain, the big event down in the center. And these north-south paths with their small alcove fountains serve to mediate between the two. They're paths that separate you from the hubbub of the pedestrian traffic up on the plaza, the street level, and separate you from the drama of the grand fountain at the Prometheus courtyard. I strongly urge that you bring this up in your discussion and look at the photos that I provided, maybe ask to see their photos again, their vintage photos of the central courtyard. But I think that had more landscape architects that like me that specialize in historic preservation known about this in advance, you'd be hearing from a lot more people about this. This is, to me, up there with the Frick Garden. It's removal of an original 1930s masterpiece. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay, we have a letter from the New York Landmarks Conservancy supporting the intent and many aspects of the plan, finding them improvements that enhance the complex and respect its integrity, but disagree with the proposal to use the LED embedded glass for the lit art installations, which could be then used for advertising, and also suggest retaining a paving pattern in the street that is different from the sidewalk in the plaza area. And then we have a resolution from Manhattan Community Board 5 finding the overall proposed modifications to be thoughtful, respectful, and sensitive. Although with respect to the north and south gardens, Community Board 5 found that the proposed stairs incorporate glass side panels that are modern and non-contextual with the landmark, and that the elevators are too bulky, block views of the terrace, and incorporate intrusive overhanging canopy that is not appropriate or contextual with the landmark. Therefore, recommend approval with modifications, strongly urging that the applicant address concerns about the elevators and staircases. Would you like to respond to some of the comments that you've heard?
Yes. I think Michael's going to address the issues of the design for the stair, and I'll address the comments about the landscaping.
So as a living dynamic center, many changes have happened, obviously, through time. Cass has mentioned, a multitude of them. For us, I mean, it's always been kind of signature feature that what is there, what is original, is to be furnished and polished, but also the center needs to be continually evolving and to create that new sense of dynamism and also connectivity. So a lot of the use of glass, both in the elevator and the stair in particular as a material, with the new elements themselves, obviously with the replacement of the old elevators to the new, on purpose, we're looking for transparency, for integration in the landscaping, rather than something which is adding to a kind of historical precedent of the existing railing with the new element. Therefore, our position, both as design as a team and through it, the appropriateness of it was to allow new insertions and to treat those with modern, clear glass. Again, of course, transparency, and not to imitate the existing historic fabric.
And just address some of the commentary about the landscaping. So I think what I think is sort of important when one thinks about these spaces is the sort of the concept and the reality of what's in place. I think the associate architects, yes, many of them trained in Europe. They had European examples, and I think even sort of what's included in this handout is sort of an interesting reference point in that the sort of humanism that's baked into so much of the sort of grand public spaces and gardens throughout Europe. I don't think it translated and was applied particularly well in this area. When one is in this space, and I mean this space in particular, I don't mean throughout the campus. I really mean this zone. When one walks down this zone, independent of the flagpoles which have been added over time, I think what one has is a 6-foot-tall granite wall interspersed with these 3 small fountains. They are original elements, but I think they are not as grand as one might purport them to be. I think it is relevant. I said this before. I think it is interesting and relevant that they are not mentioned in the designation report at all. A book that was published in 1985 is the designation. That's curious. The designation reports from the 1980s are very well researched, and this is a really good read. So we have to sort of work from that to a certain extent. I think what's also important is to note that in the renderings, the idea we are not narrowing. It may appear this way in the rendering. We are not narrowing the width of these terraces. These are key components of that sort of transition from the street to the terrace to the plaza. I think what we're trying to do is make this a sort of a more pleasant space. We're integrating landscaping, which, as we've discussed, is a sort of key feature of the center, particularly the public spaces, and doing it in a sort of more humanistic way with a wall, eliminating a wall and integrating a place for people to sit and think and look in a way that I think is contemporary, fits within the language, as Michael spoke about, with stair and the elevator, but it's really not eliminating a planted zone that is served as this buffer between the street and the block. I think that's an important thing to keep in mind as one considers the appropriateness of this change.
And I think that we also have looked at precedent, Courseville, D'Este, and Tivoli, and those kind of terraced side parterre gardens. In fact, they were very terraced, and we feel that this follows that kind of historical trajectory. But with Enzo and Diaz, we believe is a really very vibrant, soft approach to landscaping, not formal. Also has an informality to it, It also provides from the street connectivity to create and actually enlarge the visibility actually now from the sidewalk directly into the ring, where it's very difficult in its current state. By moving the flagpoles back, it actually creates more of a width, a visual width to the two side terraces, and also just providing more social connectivity and this idea of this theater in and around to the entire Plaza perimeter.
Any final questions? Okay, so let's have a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, so this was a nice, thorough, clear presentation, and I think we had some really clear comments as well that were very helpful. And I think, for me, sort of the big takeaways from the presentation are that there was sort of this original design intent that was about circulation and access and moving people around, and having landscaping incorporated into that. And then the other takeaway is that this is a complex that has continued to evolve over the years. And so many of these areas where changes are being proposed are areas that have been changed in the past, with the exception of the north and south side gardens. So I think what's been presented is sort of the continual evolution of how to achieve some of these original design goals. And so there are sort of 5 zones that are being addressed, and so we should organize our comments into those 5 zones. So the Channel Gardens pool is number 1. Number 2, the removal of the credo and the stair treatments, the sort of removal of the parapet and then the summer stair. The treatment for the plaza walls, the second plaza walls, which all really sort of one portion of the east wall have been altered in the past. And bringing the planting into the plaza, and then of course the paving changes as well. And then the side gardens, and finally the eliminating the 3-inch curb at the plaza. So it's a lot, but if we can kind of maybe organize our thoughts that way, that may help. Yes,
I'm not going to address all of them, let other people do that. But I do want to say that part of the reason I asked about the winter condition of this bit of terracing had to do with the question about where the notching went. And I'm not sure that that this approach necessarily kind of what you've illustrated forecloses the more deliberate sort of design, retaining some of that language, which is to say that beneath or behind the landscaping, the greenery, the plantings, there might be a vestige of that notching or of that geometry, and that reads or doesn't read or just is simply there as a kind of foundational element. And that's what I was sort of getting to in asking that question. So that's on that side of it. The thing that I'm really interested in, and this is in response to some of the testimony about whether or not we should, the elevator elements should be art installations or have, light or other things in them. And I'm really interested in what you uncovered, maybe everyone knew, but I didn't, about the mirroring of the glass block and your work generally about, in other cases, and here you're interested in this kind of reflection behind the reflection, this kind of opaque transparency, the thickness of reflective surfaces and their kind of clear quality. And I just think that that's really, I actually think that's very, first of all, it's beautiful and contemporary, but it is very deco, secessionist, sort of cast glass, and shallow relief that has a lot of depth. So I think there are a lot of things to do, and I would support absolutely your further consideration of these elevator elements in doing that, in doing more of that, not necessarily shining
broadcasting moving imagery or, magenta light, but this other stuff that you do already, which has to do with this layer transparencies. And I think you almost got to it with some of the images of the bronze behind the glass. So I'm very much in support of that wherever it can happen. And I think it also gets to this question that Everardo brought up about the mediating between what seemingly is the kind of more hard vocabulary of the earlier version of this and what he described as kind of the softer version. I don't think you really are proposing something softer. I think there's just a different quality to its thickness, to its dimensions. So this may be the transparency, the reflectivity, kind of the compounding of those two things may be where you do it more. Thank you.
In my response, because it's heavy, felt heavy, literally heavy, the edges of stone become very strong elements. And once the degree of landscaping that covers that becomes romantic. You see the romantic imagery where you have aesthesia coming down, aesthesia coming down. So it softens the edges. And I'm not opposed to that. I just want to see more of the hardness, more of the solidity, some of the weight, and not everything just being made light. The handrails are light. They're beautiful, and there's a lot of delicate details, but I want to keep some of that heaviness in the past. And I'm not saying that we can't. The degree of landscaping is a question. And all of these designs just trying to really look at weight. And the weight for me is to keep the existing hardness and soften it, have the landscape work within the edges so that form is claims.
Yeah, I think, talk about the north and south gardens, I think I agree with Everardo that that hard edge form is defining for those. And I think completely removing the geometry that was established is taking too much away from the original composition. I think the elevator and the way it's shown in this image is a big improvement over the elevator that's there now, and I think having it read is just very transparent with no art installation. There's this very thin bronze roof is perfectly appropriate, and I think the location of it actually works better, having it closer to the buildings rather than talking in the middle of through the axis of the skating rink. I just wonder if they could, and I think the expression of the stair is appropriate. Read as a modern new stair, and I love the way it brings weather down to the new Plaza of Concourse. I just think if they could look at trying to retain, maybe at a lower height, the original footprint of those fountains, and maybe the stair could move a little bit to accommodate that.
Okay. Any thoughts on the storefronts and the channel gardens, glass?
I think the channel gardens is great. I think bringing light down to the concourse level will be a great benefit. I think the detail they're calling for is really brilliant. I've never seen a mirror surface that allows light through it, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. I think the stair configuration will be a big improvement, and relocating the Credo, which is just like a hard stop when you get to the bottom of the channel gardens now, everyone just pools there. Maybe people appreciate it more when it's not there. My issue with the Plaza, I think trying to engage the interior spaces around the Plaza is a really good idea. I'm a little concerned that it's a little too porous where they've rendered it currently, and loses, I think they're going to mention sort of the solidity that's there, and it also helps define that, so perhaps maybe more piers or larger piers.
Diana? Yes, So with regard to the drink area, I think that the turn of the stairs to closer to the original was great, and moving the grader was also a good idea. I think that generally the size of the storefronts and having the pillars come up, I think that's a good idea as well. I think as Ann does it, possibly it may be a little bit, could be, perhaps they do need a couple more pillars there. But in general, I think the idea is fine, and it's moving very well there. I actually think that the way they're dealing with the mirrored blocks is in the Channel Gardens is a new way of approaching this. And I think I think it's going to be successful. I think it's a good thing to try. So I'm happy with that. And the elevator, I agree with Ann about both moving it and in general. The transparency, I think, is fine. I'm a little less sure about the stairway. The transparent stairway seems to be a little odd. And it's like a more of a permanent fixture than the elevator from my point of view. Yeah, the stair. It seems kind of hanging out there. I'm not sure that its transparency achieves something. I feel like maybe it should be a little more solid. It doesn't have to have granite, but maybe it's just a metal stairway instead of anyway. My main concern is about not even so much the removal of historic material in the path area, but the fact that the geometries are really lost. And I think you could have a more structured terracing, but still a lot of landscaping, and preserve the original geometries, and maybe even retain some small fountain features. You could make this a much softer and more appealing area that could have seating and still preserve the original sense of that rather, the original geometry, which is very apparent from above and even below at that site. Right now it looks rather intimidating and not comfortable. I agree with that, and I could see making really some fairly significant change in the appearance, but I think you could do that and really give the sense this is what it looked like originally, this was the geometry, and preserve that in an attractive way without losing all of what the applicant is seeking to achieve. So that's
I have no problem with the channel. I think it's about time that they upgrade and fix some of the lack of luster of the original design intent. I have no problem with the relocation of the corridor. I think the relocation actually is a superior location. I love the idea of restoring the original summer stairs going down there, and I think that this is in a way very similar to what the pyramid was trying to do for the Louvre, which is to say that it was a wayfinding item to how do you integrate the underground with the above ground with the original design intent. And you can see, even with the opening of the 6th Avenue subway, the underground was still suffering because of that lack of engagement and in a darkened space. So the idea of bringing additional lighting and softening it, I have no problem with being of a lighter structure rather than the original masonry heavy thing. But as I mentioned, I think the original Sunken Plaza look and feel of that Art Deco 1930s design that could use some improvement. And I think the only difference between the original design and the major difference is obviously United Nations keep on adding more flags and adding more nations, so that is how you adjust to it, how you try to move the majority.
Okay. Julie?
This has been a really interesting presentation, and the plan is thoughtful and beautiful in many ways. So thank you for that, both to the architects and to the owner. You know, this is such an important corridor right here in Midtown. It connects, you know, a formal office district on Avenue of the Americas and then, you know, a vibrant, ever-changing retail district on Fifth Avenue. And it's especially, it gets very full during the good weather and kind of crazy during the holidays. And it's a place sometimes at the peak hours, like during the holidays, where you almost run for, you know, solace because you have to get off of Fifth Avenue. It does seem to me, having been a lifelong New Yorker, that over, you know, these recent years, there's been a very thoughtful and ongoing effort to continue to open Rockefeller Plaza so that it is easier to traverse, easier to hang out in, and easier to feel that you want to cross as you're going from one destination on the, you know, east side to, you know, to move to the west side. So I think this is an important step in that evolution, and I applaud it in that regard. And when I think about standing around this particular area, and how hard it is to take in, you know, the sunken plaza and everything in the forefront when it's particularly busy. I think some of these moves, which are actually quite simple in a way, moving the flags and moving the elevator and making it more transparent, are like very smart, thoughtful, and helpful. I also think the terrace garden does a lot to not only add to the landscape, but to also improve the visibility there. And I don't feel that it's taking away from the grandeur of what is Rockefeller Center, because these buildings aren't going anywhere. And they, in and of themselves, are so grand, and all of the materials within this complex really speak to the, you know, the history of what's been here. And then it's the Sunken Plaza is, and the whole landscaped area leading to it. It's all remaining. They're just being tweaked around the edges. So I see these changes as being very positive. With respect to the pools, I think again this is a refinement that's going to add to the luminosity and also, you know, just, I don't know, the visual beauty that you feel when you're walking through this area, even when you are rushing to get somewhere. It's somehow, right now, before these changes are going to take place, that we will be, you know, wonderful enhancements. I always feel like I have to pause and admire what's around me and appreciate it for what it is. So thank you for that. And I think the use of materials there is, in general, welcome. They speak again to the materials that have been part of the project from the beginning. They're very sophisticated. I do, as Addie said, truly appreciate the sophistication of the thinking behind this cube within a cube. And I agree that there may be some way to further develop that in small enhancements throughout the project that would be, wonderful additions and yet very understated, as are these other statements that are being made. I don't think with all of the activity and both in terms of people and also in terms of programming and landscaping, etc., I don't think we need any color going on and any art in here. I agree with the changes downstairs to the columns in terms of proportions. That makes perfect sense. It was something I hadn't noticed. And I do, you know, if there is a way to keep some form of water in there, it's such a nice element that was there in this area, that I think it would be great, but I think it's worth exploring. Otherwise, I think it's a really terrific.
Okay, great. So just to kind of recap some of the thoughts, I am going to stick to the 5 categories for your benefit so that you can think about these in your responses and come back. So I think, I think the idea conceptually of continuing to think about how to improve the circulation and the distribution of people and the access, I think, is appreciated by everybody here, and restoring that design intent is a worthy goal. And I think that many of the changes are rather modest enhancements that continue this long sort of evolution of enhancements that have happened over the years to achieve this. So I think that everybody, all the comments that I've heard, have completely comfortable and with the channel gardens treatment of the pool, allowing for light to come down so you can improve circulation below while still, and restoring the sort of mirrored quality which has eroded over time. And so that technology, I think, is supported and embraced by everybody. Similarly with the stairs, lowering the parapet will make that more open. The summer stair will be a great way to restore the original stair in the non-ice skating rink season. And even in a lighter material, sort of recognizing that it's seasonal and is a sort of more of a signal. And I think that's all very supported, as well as moving the credo. And I think that most everybody is supportive of the changes to the Plaza walls, given the level of changes that have happened over time. But I think many people have talked about considering adding some more piers to retain some of that solidity. I think the height and the relationship of pier to height and getting that back and getting that consistency is a good thing. But I think thinking about your rhythm and number of piers would be something that you should do to respond to the comments here. And people are fine with the bringing the plantings down, and I didn't hear any comments about the terrazzo paper, replacing the terrazzo to new terrazzo, and that's fine as well. And also similarly changing the grade at the plaza to eliminate that curve, which will eliminate the need for bollards, and still will retain the original curve line, which will show you the street. And I think that's all supported by everybody. So many of the comments really are focused on the geometry of the north and south gardens, and I think there's a lot of openness around the table to thinking about change here so that you can continue to increase visibility and accessibility. But I think there is a desire to see some of that geometry retained in the design, and particularly maybe some pools, the notches in particular. And I do think most everybody appreciates the improvement of the elevator and the design to the elevators, which are much more transparent and minimal. But there are some concerns about the color and the artwork, and thinking about the layering and how to use glass in some of your other projects may be another way to think about this. Yes, Anne?
Sorry, I have one other comment is that the removal of original material, I think that should be looked at as well. Every effort should be made to maintain as much original material as possible.
And I think some of these comments about the north and south gardens and even the piers and the plaza, I think will address some of the concerns about softening it too much and keeping some more hard lines in the geometry. So I think there's a lot of great work that's been done here, and I think that we're just asking you to think a little bit more about some of your goals to achieve the original design intent, and I think some of these geometries and hard lines and places where you have solidity versus transparency is something to just think about a little bit more, and we'll see you back, and we'll focus next time largely on the north and south gardens and the plaza walls. Okay. All right, thank you.
We're going to go ahead and move to the next item, it's number 7, LPC 20-0617, an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Block 6, 344 West 89th Street, Riverside, Western, Early Central Water Style Row House, designed by Tommy Wilson, built in 1895 to 1896. Application is to enlarge the rear addition and construct a rooftop bulkhead. I may have misspoken the docket numbers that are correct. It's LPC 19-41426.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. In Wooded Preservation staff, the application for you today is to increase the height of a rear L 1 story and to construct the stair bulkhead and install a railing at the roof of 344 West 89th Street, located on the south side of West 89th Street, between Riverside Drive and Weston Avenue in the Riverside West End Historic District. So here is a block plan showing the affected areas where the proposal, and a study showing the different conditions at the rear yard. The extension of the rear L does not meet staff level rules because it falls out of it's taller than the predominant height of the addition. So as you can see here, the orange rear extensions are 3 stories and above, so it does not meet the majority conditions of our yard. And we're going to skip forward to the plans of the upper floors. These are some further photos of the site showing the rear yard and the donut, with the site marked in yellow. And views from the street and existing conditions at the rear. There's actually a zoomed-in floor plan that I will move to. So here you can see the floor plan for the new addition, including 2 windows to be added onto this existing apartment. That will then create a terrace for the 4th floor, and the bulkhead is shown here, the stairwell and a small vestibule, as well as the railing on the indoor side. So you can see that this follows the fenestration pattern on this facade. The door here will be done at staff level, just dropping the sill, maintaining the story width. Here you see the height of the bulkhead as well as the height of the railing. And then just moving forward to mock-up views. This is a section cut through sort of a rear condition at the building, so the actual building at the corner is much higher. So this gives an illusion of visibility that is not there. That rear part is actually not visible. And then the mock-ups are here in orange construction netting. It's showing both the height of the bulkhead and the railing. The main point of visibility is looking south when you're actually stepped into Riverside Park, and you'll see it just over the secondary facade. In this view, you only see the railing, and in this view, you catch the very top of the bulkhead. This should be mostly metal cladding at the parapet, and then brick with wood and other metal and glass door assembly. And the applicant is here to answer any additional questions.
Any questions? Why don't you come up and state your name for the record?
Hello, my name is Sean O'Brien. I'm the architect of the project.
I'm just using the section at the bulkhead. I was wondering how tall the ceiling is in the inside.
Well, we're trying to maintain an 8-foot interior clear height for the bulkhead.
Any other questions? Okay. Take some testimony and we'll come back to you. Will Edwards?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Will Edwards for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee appreciates the completeness and thoroughness of the applicant's proposal. While the proposed additions to this historic row house are fairly significant, they are also respectful of the existing character of the home. Although this home clearly seems to have been altered in the past, the design for these new alterations continue to improve the function of the existing building without tarnishing its sources and or alienating the surrounding community. The applicant's efforts to retain the rear yard's dogleg plan keep in style with the existing but once replaced rear window and door fixtures in their additions, along with their attention to minimizing and nearly eliminating the visibility of the rear rooftop additions are admirable and appreciated. While it is a shame that this row house does not exist in its original condition, it is the responsibility of Landmark West and the Landmarks Preservation Commission as stewards of historic architecture of the Upper West Side to recognize and reward well-intentioned and tasteful alterations to set an example for future applicants. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee approves this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. HDC thanks the LPC and the revised rules, which allow us to comment on this rear yard despite its invisibility from the public way. While modest, the committee noted that this would be the first incursion into a row house in an otherwise completely intact block, and we asked them the commission to be mindful of the issue of precedent if this third story is ultimately approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Diller?
Good afternoon. Try that again. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Mark Diller. I'm the Chair of Community Board 7. Our Preservation Committee and our full board recommend approval of this application. We do so mindful of the context in which it arises, but there are some factors that I think, other than the modest nature of the application itself, that militate in favor of approval. One of which is, of course, that it continues to retain a floor above the top floor of the L extension, which we find to be very important in preserving the utilitarian character of those rear yards. The second is that it is actually hard pressed against the end of the row. There is that interesting wall that you see in the relief there, which when viewed from the street in every angle, that plus the standalone mansion to which it is next door, essentially prevents visibility in any functional way. There is a teeny bit having to do with the bulkhead, but the star of the show is the addition to the L extension. So for all of those reasons, we found this to be an acceptable. Also, there's no unusual or overreaching with respect to the fenestration. The materials are appropriate. We spent a long time talking about whether or not a flat metal railing rather than a tube railing would be appropriate, and we're convinced by the architect that in this instance, the flat railing actually does conform to the conditions in the backyard and therefore is appropriate. So we kicked the tires on this one, but come up with a recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay. All right. Are there any final questions for the applicant? Okay, so let's have a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, well, I think, as we stated, the testimony is relatively modest. They maintain the form of the L at the rear yard addition, and it's at the end of the block. I'm not interrupting context, and bulkhead seems fairly minimal. Okay. Okay, great. Yes.
In the matter of LPC 1941426, 344 West 89th Street, Riverside, West End Historic District. I know the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Riverside Drive West End Historic District. I recommend approval finding that the work at the rear yard addition will not be obstructing public thoroughfares, that the proposed additional floor at the rear yard addition will not rise to the full height of the building and will maintain the historic projection pattern of the rear L within this block, that the proposed rooftop bulkhead does not extend to the rear facade, thereby maintaining the historic massing of the building, that the rooftop bulkhead and railing will only be minimally visible from public thoroughfares to oblique angles in the context of secondary facades and other rooftop accretions, that the proposed black finished metal railings will be in keeping with utilitarian rooftop accretions typically found at buildings of this type, style, and age, and that the work will not diminish the special character of the building or the historic district. Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's approved, thank you.
We're going to move to the last item of the day, number 9, LPC 19-41331, an application for certificate of appropriateness to develop at half block 1203, block 38, 4 West 90th Street, Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. An altered row house, originally designed in the Queen Anne Romanesque revival style by Gilbert A. Schellinger and built in 1889 and altered in 1926 by Robert Carter, further altered in the 20th century. The application is to legalize the installation of windows, a door, and painting the facade without LPC plans.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Marie Greenland, Preservation Staff. The item before you is for 4 West 90th Street, the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. The building is located mid-block on the south side of the street between Columbus Avenue and Central Park West. The proposal is to legalize painting the facade, replacing the front door and windows at the third floor without permits. Here are some photos of the building throughout time, the 1940s, 1980s, the time of designation in 1990, and the existing condition. So here is the door that was there in April 2009, and here's the door that is there now. Some details of the door. The third floor windows were multi-light casement windows at the time of designation, and they've been replaced with 1/1 double-hung windows. Details of the windows. And the facade was painted a dark brown color in the 1980s, and you can see also that it was a dark color at the time of designation, and now it is a beige color. And here are some context photos within the row, and some examples of other doors in the row. The applicant is here to answer any questions.
Is there anything you'd like to add? Maybe for me, answer the question, I just want, the other windows are all the same windows that were there at the time of designation?
Yeah, there's, so.
Okay. So, okay. Any other questions? Okay. We have some testimony, so maybe we'll have some questions after that. Will Edwards?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Will Edwards for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee opposes legalizations of work installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. When property owners ignore the Landmarks law and make changes without LPC guidance and consent, all too frequently the results are at best unremarkable and at worst destructive. In either case, the practice of legalizing alterations after the fact, in essence, penalizes property owners who often go to great lengths to comply with Landmarks regulations by rewarding those who flout the law. While the building in question had been unrecognizably altered in face prior to its designation in 1990, on principle, the applicant's wrongdoing still stands. Alterations to buildings within historic districts must be approved by the LPC to protect the integrity of New York's architectural heritage. The applicant's argument that they are making alterations that have been approved for other buildings on the block is illegitimate. The other buildings that the applicant references undertook the necessary steps to have these alterations approved by the LPC and furthermore have taken additional efforts to restore other elements of their facades to better express historic accuracy. This was a legal and willing exchange by the representatives of these other buildings with the LPC, something this applicant mistakenly felt they had the liberty to forego. The introduction of this building's new door, exterior signage, and paint color was illegal. At the very least, the applicant should be required to return the building to the state it was in before their illegal alterations. Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee cannot support the application's disregard for the LTC's position as a regulatory organization designed to protect New York City's historic building stock and wholeheartedly disapproves of this application for wrongful legalization. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic District Council. HTC understands that this building was never a paragon of integrity at the time of designation. However, the illegal work performed was moving this building to beyond unfortunate. The windows, doors, and pillars section of the building were all done without permits, and it shows any interventions to this property should improve it, move it in a positive direction, not further degrade it. Thank you.
Mark Diller?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mark Diller, I'm the Chair of Community Board 7. We have a split recommendation on this application. Our approach to legalizations essentially is to look at the materials being asked to be approved and to see if this were a fresh application, whether we would approve them as is, neither penalizing nor accommodating somebody because of the way in which they proceeded. I think this is an appropriate measure in this particular instance because, as far as I understand the facts of the case, the completely unfortunate changes that were made to this building were done before this applicant and was the owner of the building. Moving on to the merits of each of them, and with a brief side note, this is exactly why we had historic districts, because this should never happen to a building like this, which we have every reason to believe was as beautiful as the ones to the other side. Moving to the specifics, the windows that were replaced, the special window that was, or series of windows that were replaced, was itself obviously a replacement window. It has no bearing to windows above or below. It doesn't really fit with anything in the road down the street. And so having nice looking casement windows with multiple light may have been someone's design choice at the time, but it is not an historic reference that we felt needed to be retained, and therefore we approved that part of this application. With respect to the entrance, returning it to the condition it was in at the time of designation would do little. And in fact, the kind of somewhat utilitarian storefront-esque entranceway is actually about, there are many precedents for that in the historic district, even after designation. And so we found that to be minimally acceptable as well. What we could not support was the following factors. One is the color. The color bears no relationship to what it was at the time of designation. It certainly bears no relationship to the now long gone history of this building. And it stands out, and so it needs to change. At one time, we actually saw this application twice, and so our opinion evolved over time. At first we thought a little darker, now we think conform to the colors along the block, which is predominantly that brownstone color, and that's what it ought to be. There's a small plaque that wasn't mentioned. I'm not sure if it's still before you. It is modest. I would never approve it of the buildings to the right, but it actually tells you who the managing agent is, and so that's perfectly fine in this kind of a context. And finally, there's the removal of the fence in the areaway and the plantings there. I'm not sure if that's still in front of you or not. We could not approve the removal of the fence. It is essential to defining the space of this building, and so we disapprove that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Marie, do you want to just address the fence? I don't think was that before us as well?
No, it's not. The fence and the plaque, we are utilizing at staff level.
Okay. Was a modern fence that was removed, is that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay. Are there any comments you'd like to make before we close the hearing? Okay. So I want to, let's have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? So I want to thank Mark Diller for talking about how you all look at violations, and that's the way we should be doing it. I think we should be looking at whether or not we would have approved this if this came to us as an application, and even though our knee-jerk reaction sometimes is to try to penalize people, I think we need to step back. That's not sort of historically how we've been. It's not the way our enforcement system is set up, which actually allows for several grace periods with the goal of correcting the work, not just penalizing people. And I think it's important because so many times we hear from, and I don't know what the exact story was in this case, but it was represented by the community board that it was a prior owner. And in so many cases when we're seeing applications for violations, there's usually some unfortunate situation behind it, like a prior owner did the work and the current owner inherited it, or that they honestly didn't know and they just made a bad mistake. And so I think our job is to really look at it with fresh eyes, determine whether or not we would have approved it in the first instance, and if not, make recommendations to resolve the problem. So with that being said, we have this building that was heavily altered prior to designation. All of the windows are grandfathered with the exception of the one pair of double hung windows at the third floor. And so what's before us are those pair of double hung windows, the door, and the paint color. So any thoughts on that?
I'll go first. I agree with the community board and Mark's assertion. I think that going forward, to be fair to all applicants, I wish John is here today, that we seek not to penalize, but it's really about where's our standard, whether we will approve something like this. And to me, I concur with the community board that at the minimum, the color, the facade of the color has to be contextual, and that is not acceptable at this level.
Others? Yeah, I mean, I think the double hung windows relate to the other double hung windows on the facade. I think, and while there's a tripartite window above and something else on the top floor, it seems to be at least harmonious in configuration. The door seems to be simple and not unlike other doors, but the color doesn't reflect the original masonry.
And I guess now, the facade has been so altered, and now there's such a mix of windows on this building. How do we want to handle that, either today for the future or in the future? That's sort of a question.
So, and there are, many of them are double hung windows, but there are these wider openings that have, in this case, the paired windows, and then above a tripartite configuration. And then there's a much bigger opening that would be its own thing anyway at the top. So I think if we do an approval of a paired double hung window today, that would set a precedent for the other openings of the same sizes. And probably also set the tone for the configuration for the single openings as well. Make sense? Okay, so I think double hung configuration is consistent with the historic window configurations found throughout the streetscape in these late 19th century brownstones. Okay, so do people agree that the color should reflect the brownstone color? Okay, so we'll do an approval of part and an approval of modifications in part, or denial? Approval modifications, right? That's right, we could do the modification for the paint color, yeah.
In the matter of LPC 19-41331, 4 West 90th Street, Upper West Side, Central Park, West Historic District. An older row house originally designed in the Queen Anne Romanesque revival style by Gilbert A. Schillinger, built in 1888-89, altered in 1926 by Ralph M. Carger, and further altered in the 20th century. Application is to legalize the installation of windows and a door and painting the facade without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the paired 101 double hung windows at the third floor harmonize with the other grandfathered 101 windows on the building, that the new metal and glass door, sidelight, and transom are compatible with the altered character of the building, that the work has not diminished the special architectural and historic character of the district, and that the paired 101 configuration should serve as a model for future window replacement at the fourth floor. and that the facade be repainted to match or harmonize with the other brownstone row houses in this row. Working with staff.
And just to be clear, Brian, that the current white color is inappropriate.
Yeah, and the current row color is not appropriate.
Okay. Can we have a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so it's approved with those modifications, and Marie can work with you on that. All right. The other thing I do want to just say is when we do address violations, we do impose a compliance date, so then we have an enforcement mechanism for tracking that. So it is something we actively work on, but sometimes these are really very painful because owners have spent money sometimes thinking they were doing the right thing and then have to undo it. So I think it's something we need to be very honest about and try to really look at it as if we were seeing it for the first time. Okay, so thank you all. Sort of ended on a downer note there. All right, and we'll see you next week.